All right, welcome back to Finding Truth podcast on Unscripted Truth TV. Logan here with Austin for our capper episode of the calendar year, and it was a quick one. We were just kind of like talking about it, and yeah, you just mentioned how fast it went, and you gave some little markers there, and it's just like, man, time really did fly by. And I maybe it always has been, maybe it hasn't been. There's different theories about it, but man, this year is crazy. I mean, weekly you notice the speed of things, and it it's wild. But tonight we'll have a pretty we'll try to make it a complete kind of review and breakdown. Maybe not breakdown so much as a review and of the previous year, and what we've covered, and maybe some other things as well. We do have our esteemed liege coming in here soon, so look forward to that, guys. King Richard will be in here joining us in the building. Well, not really the StreamYard building, but
The invisible building.
exactly. So he'll be with us shortly, and but initially we do want to talk. We just kind of want to have more of a candid, more of a personal discussion and take on, a reflection on this past year, kind of compared to some things we've said about, where we'd see ourselves in a year or 6 months, half a year ago, and kind of take stock of where we've come and where we want to go with the channel, personally, and within the channel as well. Because I think both of us would love to have some pretty lofty goals hit, not necessarily, not with the numbers on the channel, but with the things we're able to do with the channel, and those things are still in flux. Nothing has been super easy. I mean, what we do here every week is relatively easy as far as like our schedules line up in that way, but like making anything else happen is not the easiest for either one of us. And so I think we're, by this time next year, since apparently I did this last year, it'll be very interesting to see if we were able to, or if the world was able to free us enough to be able to kind of do some of the things that we've talked about wanting to do, or even if it just stays the things that are more attainable, things that are online on the channel, what we're able to do, and expand upon what we have already done this, the year and 15 episodes we've already done. But yeah, anyway, I'll have you open it up in a better, more revealing manner about what we're really discussing here. Send it down to you, buddy. How's it going?
Yeah, absolutely. Here we are, the end of the calendar year again, and yeah, it's interesting. Last year on this episode, it was episode 15. It was our last of the calendar year. That was the first time we had King on. He was our first guest. He's been our only guest. So technically we have not had a new guest on all year. There's been no one else, which is really strange. Knowing we've got someone in already in episode 15 in 2024, but 2025 we were zero for all of it. And yeah, I just had some things that to kind of go over, just to kind of reflect on that, this year, this channel, life, and just the future right now. I mean, it has been a very, like you said, it was a very fast year. For those that don't remember, our episode 16, which was the first one of the year, that actually turned out to be the best in terms of views and stuff for the channel. I don't know how accurate and true that truly is. Was it bots? Was it even real people? I don't know. It's hard to say, but that was our best episode for whatever reason, and we've not been able to beat that number. It was like 600 plus views. That episode got. I don't. That's the best one besides, I think, episode 47. The second time we had King on was our second best with like 400 plus views. But yeah, we haven't been able to beat anything since the very start of the year. It's almost been a year since that as well, which I think is very interesting. But Yeah, I know last year I went back and I rewatched our show last year with King the first time we had him on last year, for episode 15. And I know in that episode you said, by this time next year, we'll see, what we can truly do in a year, with the channel and what we have planned to do. And, this year, just like I said, it just came and just flew by. Uh, I know, our first 15 episodes seemed like they were, maybe more, I don't know, slow paced. I know some of those were longer episodes too, not all of them, but, we got into, to the NASCAR this year for a lot of it, from February to November. So that took up a lot of it as well. And that kind of became the course of the channel in a way. But, you look forward to, and it was weird too, because for a while, until really episode 47, until 20 episodes ago, until we had King on. I mean, I know the channel was we were really struggling there for a while. Like in the beginning, it seemed like, all right, we're kind of going. And then we were really like struggling. We were just kind of down and out. There was really just nothing going on. Then King came on for that second time, kind of really revamped and revived the channel in a lot of ways. But yeah, I mean, for looking forwards, 2026, I see it kind of just being like just kind of a complete overhaul and kind of 180, kind of with the direction of things, to come and just to keep up with the way the world and life is changing. And there's been so much going on, even in my own life as of late. And it's not like, we're coming off and saying that we're, like we're mad at anybody or, the community or, each other or anything. It's just, it's just been that kind of year. And, what worked, but what worked this year isn't, we know it's not going to work in 2026, 2027. And you're never going to make anybody happy or everyone happy with anything. So there's always things you do that no matter what you do, I mean, it makes, some people like the NASCAR, some people don't. Some people like certain things to talk about, some people don't. You can't make everyone happy on anything. So it just is what it is. But, like I said, we started, late too in our YouTube journey, just over a year ago, about a year and a quarter ago. And, we were, to start and, by September of 2024, we were late to the party. They always say it's better to be late than ever, it's better late than ever. But, the bottom line is, we were late and that's the facts. And, we understand that we have to, change course and change what we're doing. And, even our own lives, just what's coming. And, I was listening to a Zach stream the other day too, talking about like doing like porn or OnlyFans for gematria or something like that. And it's just like, you listen to these wild ideas, these crazy ideas, and it's just like, you don't know what we're going to have to do to survive the next couple of years. I don't count anything out for the direction of things at this point. And it's like I said, really for the channel and what we were looking to do, we were trying to obviously have more people on here. And, obviously we didn't have anyone in a whole year, which I just think is just kind of bizarre, but it's just weird in a way. So, we kind of, in terms of what we really wanted to do with the channel is kind of really, in a lot of ways, it was kind of an F- because of just how bad we failed. But then really we had an A, I give it an A for effort because of just the way, we, kind of we're clicking along and the way we, like I said, we got into NASCAR and how we turned that into something. And basically, coming down to calling it to a T at the end, besides missing obviously Tennessee Day. I mean, we really, yeah. And plus, I mean, we had so much other stuff too this year that happened and other great videos too. And so it's not like, I mean, we really put a lot of work in for other things too. So, I mean, this was a pretty, we kind of went our own way this year with things, and I'm happy with that. It's just that, in terms of, what you would look at as progress or people coming on or community or reaching out to people. I mean, that obviously was, the failing of epic proportions. But, this year though, in general, it was a disappointing, frustrating, kind of an embarrassing, depressing year in a lot of ways. There was a lot of setbacks and things, that happened. I know that we haven't even seen each other since my birthday. And, obviously, I injured my back that day. I sprained my back, and then it just, like I said, it turned into kind of like a curse of just ballooning bad luck and energy. Like I was injured for like 8 months. It was my back, and the next thing I know, it was like my wrist and my shoulder for like 3 or 4 months. And just it's just now I'm like just finally starting to recover from everything and just starting to hit PRs in the gym and starting to really get to like the next level, what this year I was hoping was going to be without all the injuries and health problems and setbacks, because that's really all it was for really the real start of the year. Once April came, that's pretty much all it was. But like right now, I'm just starting to get back to where I want to be. So hopefully, the injuries, the health problems, the setbacks can take a back seat for the next few years. I really hope. And, because there was a lot of other things that came up this year too. I mean, I had to move, that was going on at the time of my birthday, and that happening. And then, the new job, that I ended up getting. And then when I thought I passed that and I was feeling good about that. And then, not knowing if I was going to lose that job, that went on for a couple months. I didn't know, what if I was going to continue with the channel and what was going to happen. And that just kind of lingered for a couple months. And that was a very, awful time, but things ended up just barely working out, and I was able to continue on. But for a while there, I didn't know what was going to happen, what was coming of that after all the work and moving and doing stuff. And it's I've tried to do some other things this year too. Obviously, like I said, trying to get TaskRabbit and side gigs and side hustles and businesses and ideas and stuff. And I know I've talked to you about quite a bit of stuff too. And this is stuff that's just I'm gonna have to find a way to where I'm gonna have to be more productive and start actually coming up with stuff. I mean, I've had 3 jobs on TaskRabbit this year. I've had some wins at the casino, some cash jobs here and there mowing yards, but I got to pick up a lot more consistency and work and money for the upcoming year with inflation and the cost of living going up. So that's going to be one of the biggest things for me the next couple years is keeping up with the cost of living, the inflation. I just can't have another year like this year, and and things are changing. And I will say, I mean, I anything is possible right now, I would say, for this upcoming year, in 2026, 2027. I'd say anything is possible right now. I kind of feel like I'm going to give it about 3 more months to kind of reach out to some other people on their channels to see if we possibly can get someone on. There's only a few bullets left in the chamber that I got to kind of shoot out to people and see if I can hit a target. But I don't want to keep, pushing the whole, community and people to come on and do stuff when it's just not really happening. So again, this is something that, in the next few months, I really want to, I'm going to have to try and come up with different ideas and different things to, kind of get a direction or a flow of something and kind of turn it into something with the channel. A few people left to reach out to if it's, who knows, but maybe there'll be some magic there. But if not, we'll see what else we want to do to see how we can kind of keep things interesting for people as well. Like I said, we're in a very strange time. Things are very weird right now. We don't know what the future of the channel and 2026, 2027 is going to be. With AI coming in and job securities and possibly the collapse of the dollar, getting rid of the dollar, stuff like that. There's so much going on, and like I said, lately there's been a lot of weird stuff even happened in my life. Just the last few weeks is just, life is just, like I said, it's been red hot. This week's been a bit chill. It's been a bit more quiet. The water at my place is finally starting to go down a bit. It's starting to recede a bit, so that's a big plus. So hopefully it stays that way. But I'm watching these Seahawks right now, and these Seahawks, we have to keep our eyes peeled on them because it's definitely, they got something else conjuring up. They're doing with that team and our lives and stuff, the way they've been scripting and rigging this stuff and putting together every single week. So we'll definitely keep an eye on that. And, it's just like the thing is, this year it's like, I feel like we ask for like such, little bits in life. And I feel like a lot of times that can be like where a lot of, the frustration and maybe anger and disappointment and the depression come from. It's like, just little things in life, just small things, and you can't even get that. Or it's just like, It'd be different if you're asking for big things. It's like, yeah, obviously you're not going to get that, but it's like little things. Definitely got to start somehow falling in our lap. And just like, it's just that saying too, like, yeah, when you turn like 30, it's all downhill from there. And it's just like, nothing but health injuries and health problems. That's literally, that couldn't have been more true this year for my life and stuff. Just like, that couldn't be more true. So I don't know. Hopefully I can somehow start reverse aging. That's one thing I've noticed too. Like, this year I feel like I've aged. It's like so much. Like, I feel like I've aged. Like, there's so many like wrinkles on my forehead that weren't even there like a year ago and stuff. And just I feel like really good right now. Like, I feel pretty, maybe the best I've maybe ever been, but like that's still yet to come. But yeah, I mean, the time is flying. We're definitely getting older. It's definitely interesting. You're looking back to starting these back in September of 2024 to where we are now, just how much time that was. And I know we've said it many times. Once you start actually looking at this stuff and tracking it and keeping up with it, that's when you realize how much time is really flying when you really look at the stuff. All the stuff I had written down, the notes. Everything we've gone through on the channel. I mean, it's just amazing the way the time is kept just going by. And it's going to, like I said, 2026, 2027, the time's not going to slow down. It's going to continuously go up. Life's going to continuously get more chaotic, more crazy. And like I said, the things that worked and we did this year, I mean, going for the next couple of years, we know it's not going to work anymore. You constantly have to adjust. You have to adapt. You have to keep doing things, changing things on the go. And you just never know what weird stuff is going to pop up too. Something too that I thought was really weird too. I just found out a couple days ago. I found out, was it Christmas? I think it was Christmas Eve. I think I think it was Christmas Eve. It was weird because I was looking at my work, because my work, I log my hours on my phone and stuff, and I was going on there and stuff, and I had, I updated my address, when I moved, and then I had to, make sure I put it in there right. And then I had to update it back in like the summertime because I forgot to put like apartment 3. So I had to redo that. And then they sent me some email for like taxes too. They sent me some like weird, or like those emails you get, make sure all your stuff's like good to go and stuff by December 5th and stuff. And I double checked and everything was all good. And then I got this in the late, it was like late November, and like I got it early December as well. And then December 5th, I double checked, I looked before that, everything was good. Then apparently on December 10th, like I noticed this on Christmas Eve, so 2 weeks previous. But which was weird is this would have been on December 10th, and that was the day, of course, Bobby died. And I told this story a couple of weeks ago with him dying and the stuff being on my floor, and now at the same time we had the flooding, and we didn't know if we were going to get flooded out, and the water was rising, and the storms and all the craziness was happening. And then, of course, like I said, he died, and just all the weirdness there was to that. And that's still going on, by the way, too. It's really getting weirder by the day. So that's definitely something I'll keep up with and kind of let everyone know what's going on with it, because I'm sure it'll probably have some more meaning to it, the way it's kind of spiraling right now. But yeah, what was weird is I checked my thing on Christmas Eve, and I looked at my address, and somehow it was updated or it was changed, and I wasn't the one to update it or change it, but it changed on the 10th, and they misspelled span away. It was like instead of span away, it was like span a Y or something. It was weird. It was like Wyoming, like like how you'd write Wyoming, like WY, and it was a capital W and stuff. I'm like, what is this? How did that happen? Who did that? So it was weird too, because I emailed my coordinator and stuff to figure out why that happened. I changed it back to the correct spelling, but I mean that shouldn't mess up my mail or my taxes or my work or anything. But it's really weird that somehow got edited or changed. Like, I don't know who or how you edit or change that, when I thought I was the only person that could do that. But I just thought that was weird, and just the fact it happened on that day. And it's everything else that's been going on. But yeah, like I said, this week's been quiet, but this month, the last couple weeks have been life has just been red hot, and you just never know. I mean, there's still a few days left of the calendar year, anything can happen. It was a very up and down year too. That was the other thing. I mean, it was a very up and down year. There was I'd say there was a lot of good at times, and things that came into my life. There's a lot of bad. There was a lot of things that were very frustrating and hard to deal with, and then just it was a very interesting year. A lot of things I didn't really see coming or happening that kind of came into my life and went along the way. So, I just like I said, I know we went over like the Economist cover and stuff like that. It's like over a month ago, but yeah, at least something to keep an eye on. Like I said, is our money, the dollar, jobs, that type of stuff this year. The economy. Do they have some event planned for 2026, 2027? Because there's a lot of overlap with money and the dollar and all that stuff going forwards. And you would think it's a matter of time, but until whatever happens, they force us out of the next system, or there's whatever thing they come up with to make people comply. So that's something to really keep in mind right now with all this weirdness going on. Yeah, for the most part, I'd say that's pretty much just about everything I kind of had to say for the year in general. Like I said, definitely, it's hard to say, like I said, where we're going to be a year from now, 2 years from now. I don't think it looks anything like it does right now. In a lot of ways, it can't. Things have to change. Things are always changing. Who knows? Maybe you won't be able to make YouTube videos a year or two from now, or we won't be able to, or you're going to need an ID, or AI is going to take over and mess things up. Maybe AI is the one that changed my address. I don't know. Maybe it was someone else. It's just all this weird stuff going on. So you have to really, the time's ahead. It's not time to it's time to fight. It's time to fight mentally, emotionally, physically with life. This year's been a fight, but it's time to really, I really can see anything happening at this point. I can't say that, like, it's hard to like sit here and be like, oh yeah, this year this is going to happen and that's going to happen, and we're going to do this, we're going to do that, because you just can't say that. You can't do that with life. Life is, you never know where things are going to go and what's going to happen. And this year was really proof of that. That's all it was. It was up and down, left, right. It was, we went through week by week on here. We were on here consistently. We've been on here consistently every single week since the end of September. And I think that says a lot in of itself to have that kind of consistency, to keep doing this regardless of, views or subs or people coming on or what people think. So, yeah. And it's like, I do enjoy coming on here every week. We have great discussions. We have great things to talk about. I know last week we were talking about, I know it wasn't like NASCAR, but like NASCAR season, but I know we're talking about all the craziness with that's been tying in with everything. And it's funny, we talk about NASCAR and like look at the rituals, how it lines up with our own lives and what's going on in the off season. So, and there's been a lot going on in this off season with that. And even people like, we're probably gonna have to do, like I said, an episode, maybe next episode or something, or 2 episodes from now or something on more like with Chad Little and stuff. Cause like I sent you that stuff on Christmas Eve. There's a lot with that guy. That is a very interesting guy to look into. And there's tons. I sent you the overlap with him. It's just unbelievable how the overlap is literally just everywhere with that guy. It doesn't matter what you're doing, talking about, or looking at. He is just, it's all there. So we'll definitely have to maybe go talk about him next week or the week after. And
there's several things that we can cover from the off season of NASCAR that, for the people that did like our NASCAR coverage, they'll, they could, they might even know about it, or they have more things to add. But I've spotted some things for sure. It's not like I've been glued to it like I potentially should be, maybe not should be, but could be. But obviously there was the lawsuit coming to an end with the 23XI and Roadhouse and NASCAR. Of course, you had the Biff dying, which sends ripples and we can talk about what that's truly about. But I've seen things here and there that are there's been little surprising things and little headlines they've used to stay relevant in the off season. And there's been like a few races here and there too, like invitationals or opens or weird races too. So there's things to discuss that probably have a hand in what next season's going to look like. That's for sure.
Yeah, I mean it's crazy. We covered NASCAR this year, and like I said, I'm sure they watched the channel, just watching how these races played out, and there's all the stuff going on in this off season and stuff. And like I said, Chad Little, we got to talk about him. I mean, Casey Kane as well, being right here from Washington. Maybe we weren't talking about Greg Biffle enough because that's the thing. I mean, Chad Little 16 seasons in NASCAR. He had 16 top tens. I mean, these things. You wonder why you look at these stats the way you do. And driving the big green 97 plane crash is, English Ordinal, the big green 97 right there for you. I mean, it's all these things were, played out just so long ago. It's so interesting just being, just a young kid and looking at this stuff, being 4 or 5 years old and looking at Chad Little and what's this all mean? And then, here we literally just found it out. I mean, we literally figured out what all this was and why it was. And there's still more to look at. There's still more to uncover. And like I said, I've sent you a bunch of stuff. Just, last week we were talking about all those connections and all the Des Moines and then the Des Moines to New Mexico and then the Phillips 66 gas station, and Chad Little drove the Phillips 66 car in 92. All these things just, they're undeniable. I mean, it's just, all of it's there. And, I mean, whether you're a fan of NASCAR or not, or, there's no way you couldn't find all this stuff interesting and just how it's all tied together. I mean, I even looked at, I was in on Christmas, we were driving around. We were, sending that stuff too. We were actually, I wasn't far from Enumclaw. I was probably like right by Enumclaw, probably about 10 minutes away or 10 miles away. I know Casey Kane owned a NASCAR, or there's like a store over there in Enumclaw or Buckley. He owned a store, and I think his parents used to run it and stuff. And they said they used to like answer questions and stuff, but I don't think it's open anymore. I think he lives in North Carolina now, but he has like an old house up there where he used to live and grew up. It's funny too. There's like a small area called Crane with a K as well. And he's like, this is where he's from. He's born Casey Kenneth Kane, and there's a Crane right there. So Crane, Kane, all these K's. Like, what is this? It's bizarre. But yeah, I was looking at that little shop, but like I said, I think it's been pretty much done for a long time, it seems. So I don't think we're going to get any answers there. But it's always interesting when I go over to like that Enumclaw Buckley area, just snooping around his backyard. Like I said, I know he's got a house over there he used to own, or a big property and stuff. And yeah, it's crazy. I mean, and you got, Greg Biffle down there by you, Vancouver. He's right down by you. You got Chad Little out there, the other side of the state, out east by Idaho there, Spokane. And yeah, I mean, there's just so much stuff right now revolving around Washington and our area. I mean, it's crazy right now. And like I said, the Seahawks are going to be the best team and all this stuff going on right now. So, I mean, I don't know what's to come here the next week or two or a couple weeks, but it's going to be very interesting. And we'll have to keep our eyes peeled to it because we know there's methods to the madness. I mean, it's been cold though lately. It's been cold. Like today when I woke up, it was in the 20s. Everything was frozen. My car was iced up. It was probably got down, I don't know, maybe 20, 25 or 27 last night, but probably about the coldest it's been, I'd say, yet. Everything was frosty and cold and icy. So I definitely say we're to that part of the season. Like I said, I don't know, maybe do they have another storm or something else getting ready now? Is that why this week's been quiet? I mean, it's very hard to say right now what's to come. I mean, like I said, you can't count out nothing. It could be, I mean, there's still a few days left of the calendar year. They could start 2026 calendar year off with a bigger bang than we think. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much, like I said, pretty much everything I wanted to kind of say or kind of go over with this year and this channel and stuff. And I guess, like I said too, I mean, it's not like there's a ton to really talk about with it, but it's still been a very significant year, especially when you look back at last year starting to where we are now, and just how things have kind of changed and come and gone, and the way things have kind of shifted. There's been like I said, it's just I just sit back, like I said, I just watched that video, I just listened to what you said, and I just reflect on the year, and it's like, man, we didn't see this year like really going this way like it did. But I mean, it's weird because it's like here, I can't really say like I don't really feel like defeated in a sense at all. I just feel like we kind of we figured out, we learned what works and what doesn't. But at this point, it's like none of it really might matter. None of it might even matter in the end. I mean, the way things are going. And like I said, too, I mean, regardless if, say 2026, 2027 is our last year doing this, or last year we're able to do this, or whatever comes up in life, regardless of that, I mean, like I said, we were late to the party, we were late, but I'm still glad that, we did this and we started this in time, and when we did it, and the fact that we did it, to me, that's what matters most, is just coming on here and actually doing what we do. Because like I said, I enjoy what we do. Whether other people like it or not, like I said, you're not going to make everyone happy. Some people, they love the NASCAR. They can't wait for the next season because they thought we did amazing. Other people, they don't ever want to see it again. But it's just like, then you look at this offseason, you look at last week, it's like, wow, this is why we got to talk about this stuff. People, you got to know Chad or Charles Glenn Little Jr. You got to know who that is, because a lot of people don't know who that is. And then, someone like me comes on and shows why all that was, and then it's just like, man, all these years, and we talked about him, Casey Kane, the Biff, and then all this stuff, Michael Annette. I mean, all these deaths going on right now, and I won't be surprised if there's another one we got to talk about, or something else that comes up too. We got to talk about here in January before Daytona 500, because the way things are going right now, and we'll try and keep our eyes to the pulse of it for sure. Like I said, I know that like right now it's kind of, the Seahawks thing is very interesting. That's something I didn't see the Seahawks becoming the big thing or the best thing this year, but the way things have, and then just everything that's been happening, it's obviously it's all for a reason. So there might be, depending on the next few weeks and months go, there might be some major repercussions for the big Seahawks domination, depending on what happens and how it all plays out. But we will be following very closely.
Absolutely. And I mean, like you were saying, that's that sentiment. It's crazy when you wake up from things, especially coming from where I was, being like a drone sports fan of all things, like Pacific Northwest. It's funny. You go from like wanting that trophy in your town, you're all part of that garbage where you think it's like you're part of the team, and you're bringing it to represent you. And then you wake up and you're like, oh, keep that thing away from my town. Please don't win. Well, I hope we never have a winning season again, because you know what comes with it. And I will point out one little narrative-wise suspicion, because I'm not like straight on the grindstone with the NFL or anything like that, but I was able to kind of understand and see the whole Eagles narrative last year without being too much into the NFL. But I just want to remind people about the rituals they did with the Patriots and Seahawks not that long ago, with the whole goal line kerfuffle and things of that nature. And it just certain narratives they'll reuse and everything. And I don't know. I just see it like an interesting comparison with that. And so it's just something that's like one of the first kind of like early things I'm looking out for as far as the NFL goes. But without further ado, I am gonna kind of give my take on our first uh, topic here, and about give at least give a couple of grades for our year, and then we will have Rich on to talk about the year in review. I know he's got a lot. I mean, he's always got a lot. People
Oh,
check
yeah.
out his check out his. Of course, I always link his YouTube when he comes on, and but he's also got a website as well, which I'll link later on. But at the very least, I'll get his YouTube up. And yeah, without further ado, let's introduce the man of the hour, Rich. What's going on, buddy?
Yo, what's up, guys?
Good King.
What's good?
Here
How's
we
your
are
act?
again. It's like shades of last year. As last year you're on for the last episode of the year. Our first guest. The whole year came by. You've been our only guest, and here we are again.
Yeah, man. You know what? And look at our track record from last year to this year. It's just
Yeah.
growing exponentially. We had so many deaths, man. Like I was telling Zach the other day, man. Like I went on his show and I was like, "Come on, man! If you could bank on how many people die in connection to celebrity every time the New Year's or Christmas rolls around, man, if you could bank on that, you'd be a very rich person. If I could bank on that, I'd be a very rich man right now. I'd have a lot of money in my pocket. And the reason why I say that is because these people kill people in connection to the, because right now it's winter season, so everything's dying. So if you go around, like,
Mhm.
trees are
Yep.
dying, stuff like that. So that should be symbolic. A lot of people should, open their eyes to that shit, because that is a real thing. People like to laugh at shit like that, and they want to, oh, that's stupid. But I mean, it's not really stupid at all if you think about it. People actually do this shit. Uh, Here's another question. You know what's funny? Because we're on episode 67. We can talk about the whole 6-7 meme. Man, you just can't get away from that. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but you just see everybody and their mom. They're just saying this shit. They don't even know what the fuck they're saying. They don't know what the fuck they're saying.
Yeah.
It's quite brutal, and yeah, it's I don't know if you were, yeah, I don't think you were on when we discussed it, but I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but I mentioned to Austin that college campuses were busing in kids by the hundreds to attend
Yeah.
NCAA women's basketball games and making
Wow.
them out to be huge spectacles because at any point when a team scored 67, the stadium would erupt
Oh my
in like
god.
a
Yeah.
Fortnite lobby screams.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
and it's even more messed up is that it's like demonic. I mean, we know about the ramifications of the numbers themselves and what they represent. Never mind
Right.
all that. Like actually take that away. What they're
Right.
physically doing with these kids and like allowing them to lean into this mantra and tantra that they're doing, and also just the way they're just screaming at the top of their lungs for something they don't understand. But then you have the announcers
Right.
as well. And I really should put a compilation together because it was part of me, not a single part of me was like really laughing at it, but it was funny to me in like a kind of a dark humor kind of way, just like how far we've fallen. But like I was saying, the announcers were setting it up, and it's just like this stadium's set to erupt if she makes this free
Right.
throw, and that's the other thing. It's always free
Yeah.
throws. They always
Yeah.
set it up to where they can like have a huge crescendo. It's never just
Right.
like a time or like a play where the game's still running. It's always on a free throw so that they can get the loudest possible reaction, and
Right.
it's
Yeah.
just
Yeah. You're right. You're right on that. And then they got people doing this. It's not even just the basketball games. They do it in like all the sports. They do it in
Mhm.
shit. They probably did it in baseball. I didn't even pay attention, but I mean, shit. They do it in football. They do it in basketball. I remember when was it? I think it was like 2 weeks, maybe last month when I think it was the Kansas City Chiefs when they were 6-7 or whatever. And how these idiots are like, oh, 6-7, look, not knowing that in gematria, Kansas City literally equals
Yep.
67. That's why they did it. But it's like how do people not see this shit? And then see, here's the fucked up part about it, guys. You point this shit out, right? you point this shit out to your average common folk, you know, the person every day doesn't even know about numbers and shit. You know what's fucked up is they're screaming a number, yeah, and you point out why the significance of why that is, and they want to turn the tables on you and say you're schizo, you're schizophrenic, you're mentally ill, you're a weirdo for pointing that shit out. It's like, well, I'm not the weirdo going around saying 6, 7, 6. You know, I'm not doing that. You know.
It's
Yeah,
very
I was talking to a girl at the gym on Friday. It was
Yeah.
interesting, and I was
is that
talking to her like
possible?
about the calendar, and she's like, "I'm like, well,
Yeah.
April is the real start of the year. It's the real start of the
That's the
actual
real
year.
New
This is
Year.
the start of the calendar year." And she's
Right.
like, "Oh, really? Why is that?" Because I explained it to her how they changed the calendar, and we're on the Gregorian calendar and all
Right.
that, and
Right. That's the New Year.
that's
Like
what I
people
said. It's
don't know that.
April Fools because it's April Fools. Like, yeah, that used to be the real start of the year. Now it's it's April 1st and the fourth month, but that's why they call it April Fools and stuff. And I was
Well,
explaining it to her, I was talking to her
because
about it. She's like, "Oh, it's
it's
April
right
to
there
you
in the
because your birthday." And I told her my birthday.
right.
I was born. It's funny because she was born April 23rd, 96, and I'm born April 29th,
That
95. And then I
that's the
told her, I'm like,
113th. That's the 113th day of the year, April 23rd.
Got that deception number
"Yep."
encoded in her.
Yeah, her
You know
name's
what?
Nikki. I mean, her name's got a bunch of gematria too. She's like, "Oh, and you think it's the new year or because it's your birthday or whatever?" I'm like, or that's what she said. It's like, "Oh, because it's your birthday, it's the new year. You think it's the new year?" It's like, no, that really is the real year. See, that's the thing.
No, that really is the yeah. You're
Yeah,
right because
April
it's
Fool.
spring. It's the
Yeah,
spring. April's the time of spring because I think in March or whatever, that's when the spring equinox starts. That's when shit like blooms and that's when the shit's anew. You know, so there's a reason why they changed it to right now. Right now is supposed to be the new year. You know, right now it's cold as hell. Shit is, you know, if you go outside, you know, things are dying outside. You know, like the trees are dying. You know, blossom trees are dying. Uh, there's a reason why they do this shit. And, you know, they have the winter solstice, but you know, just everything about this calendar is in tribute, man, and they pay tribute to it. You know, they pay tribute to it, and you know, there's a reason why they kill celebrities, bro. They kill celebrities around this time the most. You guys don't even know. I've
yep,
been literally. It's been so hard these past couple of days, ever since Christmas, right? From Christmas onwards, it's been nothing but death, death, death. This celebrity died. This celebrity, and they all die for unknown reasons. We don't know why they died. It's like so people don't even ask them questions either. Okay, so this person is 57 years old and they're just dying out of nowhere. And then like I said, you point that out to people and they're like, yeah, I think you're some kind of conspiracy theorist. I think you're just a weirdo. You think these people are sacrificed? You're a weirdo. Yeah, weirdo. You're a tinfoil hat weirdo.
You know, before we get too far away from that whole that the original part of that, where
Right.
the descent from like a person that doesn't take time out of their day to research things, but they speak as an expert on things. It's
Right.
very much so. It's definitely a psyop that's been ingrained into people because I mean, look at 9/11 and all these things.
Yeah. Yeah.
You can sit there and look up and have all this information about the CIA, Osama bin Laden, poppy
Yeah.
fields in Afghanistan. You can have all this stuff. You can come to them and you can give a thesis, a
Right.
a Yale thesis on how there's corruption and all this stuff, and they'll just say no, that's stupid, and like,
Yeah.
but it's like
Yeah.
if we were in a
Yeah.
court of law, you would be like thrown out with the guy you're defending if you gave that argument. Like that's not an argument. You're not like,
Yeah.
so
That's not an
why do
argument.
you
That's
think
just
you know better
yeah.
than me? I've looked up this stuff. Like at the very least, you should question it. You know, combat me with other fact with your
Right.
perceived truth and facts. Don't just say it's
Well.
wrong because it doesn't seem
See,
right.
the problem with that is they don't have they don't have facts. They don't have any information. What is the information your average person has? They listen to fucking CNN, they listen to Fox News, they listen to fucking I don't know NBC, NPR and shit, and they think they're the expert because some fucking asshole who gets paid money to fucking read off a teleprompter script, says some shit and says a few lines and words. And these fucking idiots, they think that they're just like the smartest people on earth, listening to a bunch of fucking liars who get paid to lie to them every day. So I mean, that's not smart. I mean, just listen to what somebody else says. I'm not saying I'm the smartest person on earth, because I mean I do have a lot of flaws too, but I mean, goddamn, I mean, are people just gonna be? And you know what's sad too is, um, there's no excuse, man. There's no excuse not to look into shit or look at anything when everybody has a fucking smartphone. Everybody has a, right now, Christmas time just passed, right? I'm pretty sure people have been getting gifted all kinds of shit, MacBooks, iMacs, fucking new iPhones and shit. Put that shit to good use. People should put that shit to good use, but they don't. They put it to watch 6, 7. Just watching some stupid ass meme. They
Right.
rather watch.
Gematria is the gift that keeps on giving. That's what they got to do. They got to learn the gematria of that stuff. That's the gift that keeps on giving, not these
Right, and
bullshit
it pays
gifts
the
you get,
bills.
those bullshit
Like
money and
gematria
stuff for the holiday.
pays. Yeah, gematria. It's not like gematria is some kind of bullshit. It's like that shit pays. Like, if you want to take advantage of the Rick Sports games, like I'm gonna start doing in the next couple of weeks here. Shit, you can make some real money. You don't even have to work. You can probably make more than you making your desk job. I mean, shit. So I mean, gematria is the gift that keeps giving, because not only do you get to see through shit, but you can also take advantage of Rick Sports games and whatnot. So I don't know why people are like, oh, that's so stupid. And you realize people are saying that shit are mentally retarded. They're broke. They're saying that shit. They're broke. Most of them are broke. Can't even don't got $2 and a pot to piss in. But they went, oh, well, I think it's bullshit because somebody told me it was bullshit. Like, come on, man.
It's that I mean, this stuff runs deep. The psychological manipulation, it was seeded in us a long time ago. I agree with you that there's no excuse, because
there's not.
The problem with it is it's all there's so many layers to it. We've talked about homelessness and all these things, and drug abuse and all these certain things, and it's just like, yes, you can fall as a human. It is very easy to fall in a lot of different things. We covered addictions being anything just last week.
I'll say this: there's a lot of gamblers out there who become homeless because they're so they're so hell bent on they lose everything. They lose their wife, their family, their house and shit because they're gambling, all this type of shit. Like, here's the thing, right? When I say you can take advantage of the Rick Sports games, I don't mean become like some kind of like degenerate gambler where you're just shitting all your money away on these games and shit. Just be smart with it. You know what I mean?
Well, here's what I'll say to that. That person was going to find a way to fail whether gambling was available or not. That these are personality flaws, and like these things need to be rooted out and worked on before you reach the bottom.
In order to get to that point. Yeah, before you even get to that point, it needs to be figured out.
Gambling was the vice. There's always going to be something. The gambler that loses it all would have been the drunk that loses it all, or the drug addict that loses it all.
Well, I mean, speaking of drunks, I mean, shit. We're coming up on what, New Year's? You already know there's probably a bunch of fucking idiots out here just doing a bunch of dumb shit, drinking and getting in all kinds of shit. I mean, I mean that's a whole other topic for another time. But I mean, man,
Well, it's funny you mentioned that, because this time last year, just before New Year's, I was outside at like 4 a.m. back when I still smoked cigarettes, and I would sit out there for hours sometimes. And a car slammed into across the street. It was like a busy 122nd Street. Of course, it was 4 a.m, so there was no other cars around. But our neighbor on the kitty corner, he owned like a flatbed truck service, and he had one of those big flatbeds. And this guy ran his SUV right into the back of the flatbed, and I just hear this huge explosion and everything. And of course, he was drunk. I ran over there, and this guy's like pinned in there. It wasn't like bloodily pinned and like grotesque, but he was pinned in there. Like the steering column fell down and was definitely pinned into his leg. There was no bleeding or anything, but it was hard. We were going to pull him out, but we decided not to. But his name was Angel.
I think I remember you telling me about this. Yeah. I think I remember you talking about it.
It was a weird experience. This kid walks up out of nowhere. This kid came out of nowhere. Like a high school kid just walking by, and he's just like, I wouldn't move him if I were you. And then just slinks off into the night again. I'm just like, bro, what is going on? Who is it? What just happened? Why would you not? Where did you come from? And why did you give me that message? But like I just had to, try to rescue Angel, and I tried looking him up too, and there was just no information about him. It was a sick ritual too because it took there's a fire department literally a minute down the street, 1 minute down the street, and it took them 20 minutes to get there, and then a paramedic showed up. And I was up all night. I was up. I stayed out there, not out there with them. I went back home, but I could like see it from my house. And I went and walked out there at like 7 in the morning, just once it was light out, and just to see, what was left of it because they were cleaning up the debris and everything like that. And these cops were out there, like who had set up the cones and they were like managing the area. It was like there was some comedy show going on. They were just busting up laughing about stuff. And I'm just like, man, this shit is just so weird.
Like I said, we're living in a weird, crazy time. It's just, like I've said how many times in here, it feels like life. Like I am the host of it. I'm the star in a TV reality show or movie. That's how I feel. Like everything is just, it's the clown world. I'm just in this, and I'm the star of this movie, this show, and everything else is just reacting to me as I go about my life. And I just, whatever I'm doing, is everywhere I go, it's just got to be this weird energy, this weird stuff going on. It's like, what are the chances of this? What are the chances of that? And what is all this about? What's that about? It's just, that's how it is everywhere. Everything I do, it's just like everywhere I go, this stuff follows you.
I think a lot of it is also just awareness and being able to notice these things rather than be ignorant, or not ignorant really, but unaware of your impact. And I think that I do believe that there is, some give and take and ebb and flow of what people like to call energy or whatever. I do think that there is that kind of cause and effect that you put out into the world. So like when you're noticing of things, I just think that you're going to have a larger aura, if you will, that reacts and is reacted against. And I think what you're speaking on is, I know what you're talking about. And I was saying, I just think it's just noticing it and being aware of it, whereas it's probably happening a lot like that for other people, but they'll chalk it up to coincidence. They'll make excuses for it or not even notice it at all. And so it's just like it feels like it's like this overwhelming force when you notice it. But I also think that potentially that anyway, it's not sure where to. That would be a quite the turn from our discussion, but say exactly how I feel about energy and whether
Magic.
I guess it.
It's like these people use like these people, man. The people that call us a conspiracy theorists, man, they're under some kind of spell. Like, there's no doubt about it. They're under some kind of spell. They got to be under some kind of spell.
Absolutely. I mean, just the regurgitation of keywords and things of that nature. That's like MK Ultra. That's like the known MK Ultra stuff.
Well, that's
like
programming. That's programming
Yeah.
people. That's programming people because think about it too. Like these idiots that say, "Oh, you guys are schizophrenic." They don't even know the definition of that word. They don't even know the definition of that word. The definition of schizophrenia is basically somebody who hears voices and walks around and talks to themselves. Over here in the community, we're not over here talking to ourselves or fucking, hearing voices in our head. I'm pretty sure you guys don't hear voices in your head, and I don't either. So, schizophrenia, you can, that's not the right definition of that, if they want to even say that. Yeah, you see most people, they just say that, they say the same shit. Oh, you have schizophrenia. Do you even know the real definition of that? Did you look into that? That's conspiracy theory stuff. I don't look into that.
Well, we've gone pretty deep into the topic of psychology on this channel. I've talked about it several times, and how the people that there's echelons of understanding in this world, and you will be a king to a peasant that with just like a small amount of knowledge difference. Like take for instance, like master salesmen or people that understand enough of psychology in order to manipulate someone's like base personality or their instincts. You could, if someone's quick to, if you can identify what people are quick to react to, you can take advantage of that because you're one step ahead of them mentally. And the people that rule over us, these are the guys who wrote the books on psychology. And how do you think they wrote books on psychology? Have you got, like I just mentioned, the MK Ultra experiment? What do you think that was for?
Right.
It was to index what happened. It's all what happens when we do this. What happens when we put them in this area? What happens when you don't put them in this area? What happens when you give them the clap and make them stand outside naked in 16-degree weather? What happens if you don't give them the clap and make them stand out in 16? I don't know, but they just index all these psychological quirks of the average human, and and of course I'm talking about the extremes of this thing, but like I was saying, like a master salesman, like a car salesman,
Donald Trump. Donald Trump.
Yeah, everyone's favorite master salesman.
Yeah,
man, he's a master something. I don't think a salesman, but
how about Erica Kirk? I mean, that's a car salesman right there.
I mean, yeah, her and Cardi B getting together, they might even
drug
and rob some dudes,
It was Nicki Minaj that got together with her, but yeah, And
was it Nicki? Oh,
yeah.
My bad.
Yeah, and there's
right.
a reason why. I mean, the bitch's name literally equals Illuminati in the base ciphers. I mean, there's a reason why they got her in there doing the shit that she's doing. And I'll never forget, she sacrificed her pops at age 38. So on her 38th birthday, I believe, her dad died out of nowhere. So yeah, I mean, people say this shit's a coincidence. It's not. I mean, they're talking about 38 in death all the time. But yeah, they had and what's funny about that shit is it's more like it's ironic because you have not Cardi B, but you have Nicki Minaj endorsing Erica Kirk and the Turning Point USA movement when Charlie Kirk's on record saying that he doesn't really care for Nicki Minaj. So I mean that right there is like it's part of the psychological operation. It's part of the psychological operation, no doubt about it.
Yeah, it's funny too. It's like all the people that fell for that. Like I was telling the story that one day when I went to the store and there was two vehicles parked next to each other. There was a one with a Trump sticker and one with a Charlie Kirk one. And then, of course, they park right next to each other, the Trump and the Charlie Kirk person. You look at these people too that drive these cars, these stickers, just complete losers and just total trash. It's just like, and then you see all this stuff blows up. People put on their cars. It becomes the new meme. It becomes it's the new thing. It's just the same stuff. It's like I always say too, all the time you talk about 9/11. Oh, I know someone that was in the towers. I know someone in the tower. There's must have been millions, billions of people in those damn towers then, I tell you. And then it's just like, this is like with Kurt Cobain. You talk about that. Oh, he was depressed. He was on heroin. It's just like, yeah. And Lane Staley would go the same day. And then Chris Cornell would also, all the guys from grunge would all go and die like this. And, on the same days and the same time of the year. And it's just like, there's like, well, they're depressed. They're on heroin, Austin.
Yeah, well, it was Chris Cornell. Yeah, remember he had that song Black Hole Sun. That shit equals 201. Like he's born on the 201st day of the year. So I mean, come on, man, that's no coincidence. And they're out of Seattle. I mean,
Kurt Cobain born in 67. It's like human sacrifice. Blood sacrifice 67. You got Kurt Cobain born in 67. All the numbers that we always talk about with him and all this stuff, and people just want to gloss right over it. They don't even care. It's just like,
but Austin,
I wear the Nirvana beanie thing with the smiley. It's like
no one knows what that is, and they think they know everything because they listen to the fucking news.
Don't you remember though the startling imagery of his death? Don't you remember seeing his mangled corpse, or at least his wrist? Remember the wrist? Where it's just like proof that this is his body, a wrist.
Yeah, it's like, did he go to the trampoline park and get that bracelet? Where'd he get that from? The Sky Zone or what?
Meanwhile, you have like sheriffs from the town over going and taking a photo op with like items in the room.
Right.
Remember, we did a pretty deep dive on this. It's a sickening little ritual they did. Of course, they take a picture of only his wrist because he had for some reason he kept the bracelet on from the hospital he was forced to stay at, and of course this is the guy who's oh god, all right,
right.
Hey, you know what? And the retards believe that shit. I mean, you could like I said, man, you can give the morons a pile of shit, and they'll still eat it up. You know what I mean? Even though it's a pile of shit.
I mean, to me, it's just like the evidence that, people will believe that they know what dinosaurs looked like, or even if they existed from 90 billion years ago, based on a calcium deposit they found in a tar pit, and they'll just tell you, oh, this is what it looked like, and now all of a sudden you got
Well,
8 Disney movies about it.
It's like on 9/11, right? I mean, they literally told these fucking idiots. They told them, yeah, man, man in the cave did 9/11. Oh, okay, yeah, it was the Muslims. Fuck those Muslims, or what do they say? Tau. Fuck those Tau heads.
Yeah. I know someone that was in the towers, man. I know people that were in those towers, bro.
Yo, bro, don't say that. That's insensitive. My ex-girlfriend's dog's caretakers, nanny's husband, former football coach knew somebody who died that day, bro.
Yeah.
He was on the plane.
A quarter of the people in the whole world lived in those towers. You just don't know, but a quarter of the population of the world was in those towers. You would never believe by looking at them, but they were in there. It's all factual.
I'm still waiting for the fucking extra evidence that a plane even hit the towers. I'm still waiting for that.
They found the passports on the ground, bro. They were right there, bro.
A black box was right there.
How the fuck could they find the passport so easily, but they couldn't find any fucking debris from the plane? I mean, are you fucking serious?
Not even an ounce of debris. Especially the one that hit the ground. That was the heroic people on board.
Right.
And then who can forget the heroic parents that called their children before the planes hit, but didn't think like these are her heroes that didn't rush the cockpit. You're going to get thrown into a building, but you don't do whatever you want to do. Like, let them shoot you in the head then. Well, you run it then.
Bro, it just like
it makes no sense.
Remember we just had the Bondi Beach supposed shooting, which looked like a total hoax. I did a whole bunch of videos talking about that. I even did a whole bunch of blog posts talking about how it synced up. It was synced with all these terrorist events in the 21st century. But yeah, I mean, shit. I mean, that shit looked like a total hoax. And who was the hero? It was a Syrian man, supposedly. A Syrian man, supposedly not the supposed shooter, even though the guy looked like he was shooting blanks. I mean, it's like. You think they're shooting? Oh, you're a conspiracy theorist, bro, because you said they're shooting blanks, even though you can see it on video. And it looks like he's shooting blanks and no blood anywhere. And the other shooter, supposed son, the guy shooting at the fucking ground. I mean, come on, if you're shooting at people, what are you gonna be shooting at the ground for?
That's a recurring theme too. Father-son shooters. You remember? There was like a father-son sniper duo, within my lifetime. But also keep in mind, I remember you mentioned that that one had a lot of the same ring to me as the highway shooter. Remember the guy who was just supposedly shooting trucks on the highway?
Yeah, I remember that.
But I don't remember being able to see a single picture of any carnage or anything that took place. I looked up, scenes from the crime and I couldn't find any. But there was anyway. I think that's interesting, but yeah, no, you're absolutely right. You got the hero stopping the terrorist, the Syrian man stopping the terrorist, and of course, guys, these are all just tropes they're playing off, and this is a perfect example of what me and Austin talk about of the pendulum swinging. They don't want any of us comfortable. You're gonna have leftists. They're all just like, they're gonna be going so far as to you can do whatever you want with your body, abortion this, gay rights this, and then they're going to say, oh, yeah, you can. Yeah, pedophiles, let them all out. Yeah, come on, pedophiles. And then they're going to be like, huh? Wait, I got to be okay with pedophiles now? And then you got, the conservatives now who look at the representatives of the conservative. You got Nicki Minaj. So they're just sitting there like, wait, what? So nobody can stay comfortable. They're going to swing the pendulum back and forth until... so that nobody's comfortable. And leftists will think that they're winning. The conservatives will think that they're winning at certain points, but then it's just, it always swings and they don't realize that they're on this like revolving shit show. And, think about the January Sixers, which is another funny thing, because that's the first episode our episode 16, our biggest episode we had was last year on the anniversary of January 6th. And
Oh, that shit was another hoax too. People
Of
actually believe
course. That was a great episode that Zach put out with that guy's. I
yeah.
can't remember the channel, but basically showed point for point. And I will say this:
Yeah.
I do think that could have been a little bit of propaganda in a certain way, but still, it was
Well,
very
it
clear.
could have been bait too, right? Just to bait people too. Like you got to realize too, like with the whole Bondi Beach shit. Like they're my dumbass. I should have did some more. I should have did better research and put it through an AI generator. But supposedly the picture of that guy is supposedly getting painted blood on his face. Uh, supposedly it's AI, but
There's a lot of
it,
that right now.
it doesn't even matter if it's AI or not. That shit's literally going on. Like these motherfuckers are literally painting blood on themselves and doing that shit, just like the supposed hero. The supposed hero, if you go look it up, this guy, they have to blur out where his supposed injury is, and there's like a guy behind him, and it looks like he's spraying some kind of blood on him. It's like, I'm like, come on, are they literally being that fucking direct with it? They're literally showing it in your face, and then like, oh man, you just got these idiots on Twitter. Yeah, conspiracy. It's like, how? They're literally showing you in your face that literally the guy's spraying blood on them. It's like, how is that a conspiracy? They're literally showing you this shit.
It also is very telling too of you know people don't think about why things are given to us. Like me and Austin talk
Right.
about often that the average person wakes up with a sense that there are people in this world that want to do good for people, like
Yeah.
for them. Like they're waking up thinking that other people are waking up,
Right.
turning on their bed. I'm putting my shoes on. I'm going to go get my toast and coffee, and I'm just going to go and find a way to make everybody's life better. It's like I'm talking about politicians and like scientists and Elon Musk types, and they just have this
Yeah.
idea that their job in this world is to make their life better and more convenient, so they shouldn't really have to do anything because people are going to do it for them eventually. And that's just not it's the complete opposite. I'm not saying that there's not good people in this world, but those people probably don't have the access to things that like the ones that are
Well, the only thing I'll say about people who are
in
really high,
power.
they sometimes they have an arterial motive, like you know what I mean? Because you got to realize a lot of people out there. There's a lot of people out there who are good people, but sometimes some of these people they do shit just to get something out of it. You know, I've always been want somebody to help people. Like if I see somebody struggling, I'm gonna help them out. Like for instance, if I see a homeless person on the street corner struggling, and doesn't have a because I put myself in their shoes because you gotta realize at one point,
Right.
guys, I was homeless myself. I was on the street corner. I didn't have no money. I didn't have a pot to piss in. I was broke. You know, broke as a joke. If you want to even say that, I was broke as a joke. Didn't have no money. $0 to my name. Didn't have a car. On the streets. Walking around. And that's why I get pissed off at these guys like Josh Allen because these guys are complete sellouts, but they can't even help their own fucking. It's just like you guys were talking about earlier, like these people that rep these teams because some of these teams, some of these guys that play on these teams, they're from these areas or whatever, and people are like, oh my god, this guy, he's my favorite player. Like Josh Allen's from Fireball, and again, I grew up with Josh Allen's family. My dad played against his dad and his grandpa, and so I grew up with them. But you know what I mean? Just like how that guy doesn't do shit for his community, he doesn't do jack shit for him. It's crazy because I didn't have really anything to my name. I had the last $5 I had in my pocket. And I am going to say I was going to use that money to go get me a Black and Mild. I used to smoke Black and Milds a lot. But yeah, I was going to use that money to do that. Instead, I just actually, some kid, he was money short on some of the stuff he wanted to buy. And I ended up just buying whatever he wanted. He wanted a couple of waters and stuff like that, some snacks. And I ended up buying it for him with my last $5 that I had. And again, I could have been an asshole and just been like, nah, I can't help this dude out. But again, I seen this kid struggling. I'm like, you know what? I'm going to help this dude out because, he probably doesn't have a lot either. And I didn't want nothing back from it. I did it because, I saw somebody struggling. I'm like, you know what? I'm going to help that person out.
Yeah, absolutely. You gotta. That's a huge point too, right there. You made 100%. You got to put yourself in other people's shoes because you never know what's going on in other people's lives. I mean, I don't.
Exactly.
There's people they don't know what's going on in my life. I don't know what's going on completely in Logan's life. What's going on in King's life. I mean, you never know what it's like to be someone else and what their challenges and battles and what their struggles are and what they have to go through. I mean, people don't know us. I mean, that's the whole thing. I mean, you got to put yourself in other people's shoes. And you have to really look at life that way because some people they just want to judge, they just want to talk shit and call people out, but really they don't know nothing about that person. They know nothing about anything.
Yeah, exactly. Like you get the people just call like these homeless people. You'll see it all the time. People, I look at that bum over there. It's like, dude, fuck that. Like, why are you even saying that shit? Like, man, you got to realize people are. You know what's fucked up about that is like nobody even realizes that people are living paycheck to paycheck. People are living paycheck to
Yep.
paycheck. People are one step to being homeless.
Exactly.
That's not some kind of weird theory that I came out with, but it's a fact. I mean, shit, everybody's living paycheck to paycheck. Everybody can barely survive, especially because shit right now is more expensive. And the reason why shit's more expensive is because Donald Trump, the people that everybody loves, they love and worship this dude. He said, you know what? We're gonna print out $1.2 trillion in stimulus checks for everyone, and we're gonna sign off on that. But anyway, and what people didn't realize is that you're gonna have to pay that with interest and shit. That comes back with a cost. There's a catch to it. Yeah, we're gonna give you some money, but you got to pay that back.
Yep. And what's he doing right now? He's doing the same thing again right now, printing off more money, driving the economy into the ground. And you see all this stuff about them getting rid of the dollar at
Exactly.
2026 and 2027 and
The
money and all
economy.
this stuff. All these rituals on the
Yeah.
way, and he's the one behind every single one of them making all this happen.
Exactly. And I encourage people to look up the Economist cover, man. From was it this past year? It was the Economist cover put out there, and this is literally full of 26 shit. You have China, word that equals 26. You got dollar, which equals 26. Babylon, that's one where I didn't know that equals 26. Babylon equals 26. Quran
Man,
equals
I
26.
wish we had our whole list.
Yeah, I
Man,
wish I had COVID also even equals 26, like the word
Yep.
play. So there's a lot to that 26, and like I said, man, I guarantee you this next year coming up, expect a lot of 101 shit. I expect Philadelphia to be a lot in the headlines because Philadelphia equals 101, 26 prime. Quran, we're gonna get the first Muslim mayor in New York, um, and he's gonna, the Quran, he got. What's hilarious about this mockery is that he ended up getting put in there. The election was on 11/4, like 114. Like there's 114 chapters in the Quran or surahs, and people don't even get the jokes of that. They can't even see that. That's total mockery. The first Muslim in New York, and then here's another thing that pisses me off about people. You point this shit out to them, right? Again, here I'm gonna lay it out for people. Okay, so the news that day started with Dick Cheney. Dick Cheney died on November 3rd, but the news broke on November 4th. That was the morning. In the morning, that news broke. Remember, he was a VP to George W. Bush, who was the president during 9/11. So he was a VP during 9/11.
you're really the scapegoat of that
Right,
whole administration.
right, yeah,
President Bush
because
got to do whatever.
everybody blamed Dick Cheney instead of blaming the Jesuits and the Skull and Bones. And that was who was really responsible for 9/11. It wasn't these terrorists, these cave dwellers. But here's the thing. So you get the news of that. You get the news of Dick Cheney dying. Okay. Then the same day you have this was before the plane crash. You had the what was it? It was Zoran Mamdani. The election. It was between him and I want to say
Cuomo.
it was Andrew Cuomo.
Yep.
And so you had that. He's the first mayor, and that was predictable because 111th mayor, Muslim, September 11th. They leaving 111 days left in the year. New York equals 111, so he becomes 111th mayor. Uh, you know. So then you got that, and then at night, and then to end the night off, you had a Louisville plane crash, a UPS, which is based out of Seattle, like the World Trade Center firm who built the World Trade Centers, Magnuson, Clemenkin, and
Mhm.
Associates. They're out of Seattle, and not to mention that plane crash. It came 68 days after UPS's establishment date, who's based out of Seattle, Washington, which equals 68, like 9/11 was made the National Emergency Dialing Code. George W. Bush graduated from Yale, Skull and Bones. World Trade Center construction began, on and on. So again, mockery right there. And then not only that, later on they had to announce 9 dead and 11 injured. I'm like, how do people not even see this shit? It's literally right in their fucking face. It's literally right in their face. And what's sad about that is you point that out to people and they're like, bro, what does this got to do with 9/11? Why are you connecting this plane crash to 9/11? It's like, okay, dumb motherfucker. Literally, the UPS plane that supposedly crashed and killed people, it literally is the same amount of victims who died on September 11th. UPS flight 2976. How many people died on 9/11? Was it not 2,976 people that died? How do you not get that? And then they have to report to you 9 dead, 11 injured. I mean, does it not go off in your brain that they're literally doing shit, that they're literally mocking you? Again, you get the news of Dick Cheney's death, who was the president or vice president during 9/11. You get Zohran Mamdani becoming the first Muslim mayor of New York, the 111th mayor. And what do they blame September 11th on? They blame it on a bunch of Muslim extremists. And then you get a plane crash, and it doesn't remind you, it doesn't go off in your head that, 9/11, plane crash, Muslim. I mean, does it not go off on your head? But instead of it, instead of people being like, oh yeah, that is interesting, huh? I mean, what are the odds? Same plane number, the amount of people that died on 9/11, they got to report 9/11 people dead. Dick Cheney dead. I mean, how's it not going off people's heads, man? It's like, but then you point that shit out to people like, oh, you're a weirdo. You're a conspiracy. Well, you're making your magic numbers equal. It's like, dude, shut the fuck up and listen. Like, just pay attention. Like, are you that fucking dumb? Not to
It's
mention,
the same numbers over and over again. It's like we're talking about numbers. It's the same numbers over and over constantly.
Exactly. It's the same shit over and over, mocking the hell out of you. And you know what? The cabal laughs at these fucking idiots too. They're like, look at these fucking idiots. They can't even grasp it. We literally put it in their fucking face and they can't even see it. We've done a good fucking job at programming these people. And you know what? They have done a good job programming them. Because they programmed them to think that, what we talk about, conspiracy theory. Anything the news says, facts. You know what? The news is a conspiracy theory. People want to say all this shit about, oh, we're the conspiracy theorists. No, the news is a fucking conspiracy theory because they literally lie to you every day.
Right. Where's their proof? Where's their, info on anything? I mean, what do they ever show you? What do they ever tell you? What do they ever prove to you? Nothing. It's just garbage. It doesn't add up to anything. 9/11 happens,
no proof.
Years later, there's no more terrorist attacks and nothing else happened, but
right.
There was that. It's just like the same thing with the moon. Oh, we went to the moon, but
right.
we never went back. It's just all this other stuff.
Hey, watch Newsbenders, man. Watch Newsbenders, for a show from 1968, and it literally talks about, it's literally from the BBC. You can still watch it. It's like 30 minutes long. It's literally about how the news is planned out decades in advance and written out. And the guy's shocked. He's like, man, you guys write out shit before it happens. And the guy's like, oh yeah, we write things, 4 years in advance, 6 years in advance. So, I mean, there you go. I mean, they're literally putting it right in your face. It's literally a form of truth right in your face, as they gotta, put it, in the form of mockery. But I mean, yeah, they put it, and they do it all the time in movies. It's not even just that show. It's all kinds of movies that put it in there. Any sci-fi related horror movie, you can, they put the shit in your face. And yeah, I mean, they just put this shit right. It's literally surface level, man. Surface level shits. And people don't want to be ignorant about it. Like, oh, you watch too many movies, bro. Like, no, it's not that I watch too many movies. It's that I know this is what they do. There's a whole bunch of, predictive programs for September 11th, a whole bunch.
Of course. Down to like, there's so much. There's no point. That'd be its own episode. But Mamdani's a Mr. 201 as well.
Yeah, his rap name.
Exactly, young cardamom. Yep. Yes.
Yeah, and don't forget Muhammad Ali. Muhammad Ali was 201. Again, the same day he's getting elected, the Muhammad Ali Airport, getting targeted with these UPS plane crashes as 2 towers became 0 before they became 1.
And think about the UPS's slogan too. What can Brown do for you? So I just think there's a joke there.
Right.
Well.
You know what? Yeah, exactly. What can Brown do for you? And again, you get the brown man.
Promising all these things, which he's what's crazy about it is you get Donald Trump, you get these like polar kind of opposites where as far as what they run on and what they do, who's to say what's going to happen in New York under Mamdani and everything. But
that's what I've been saying. I told people, I know it didn't come to fruition, and I'm glad it didn't. But I was looking out for December 7th because it was a day leaving 84, or not 84. The day leaving 24 days left in the year. It was 87 days after September 11th. Muslim equals 87 and 24. 24 years after September 11th. Here we are. And I was telling people to watch out for that date, and I was telling people because he was promising free busing, and go figure that the MTA bus route there, it was established in history on May 7th, 127th day of the year. Remember, ground zero equals 127. Remember, they said buildings 1, 2, and 7 fell. 5 sevens are like 57. What day was he elected on? The day leaving 57 days left in the year. New York City equals 57. Scottish Rite 57. I was telling people in advance to watch out for, New York better watch out because it'd be 137 days, or not 137 days. It'd be 214 days after its establishment. Zoran Mamdani, his name equals 214. You write the other way, it's 33. It would have been 33 days after he took the election. So, yeah, 33, his name equals 137, 33rd prime. Remember, they were making a big old thing about Mamdani when he was 33 years old. I was telling people to watch out for that date. And luckily, nothing happened on that day, December 7th. But I mean, man, and then obviously it was the kill date too, and it was also the 84th anniversary of Pearl Harbor, the demise
Pearl
of
Harbor. I was going to say something happened on
84.
one December 7th at least.
Yeah,
I know
Pearl Harbor
something.
Day.
Yeah.
Don't forget, new Pearl Harbor equals 156, 9/11, 156
9/11.
prime. They compared September 11th to Pearl Harbor.
Yep.
I mean, and people don't get it, man. Here we are 24 years later. And you know what? Shit's advanced from 2001. I mean, I wasn't even alive in 2001. I wasn't even born in 2001. I wasn't even around yet. And I'm pretty sure, the technology has gotten better over the time, over the past, 24 years. You would think people would find some stuff out and actually look into things. And actually, everybody has a smartphone. Back in 2001, having a smartphone, that wasn't really a thing. People didn't really have a smartphone. They had computers, but it wasn't really great like the shit you have now. And of course, you have all kinds of access to the internet now. So you would think people would actually get smarter and wisen up and sharpen up their game. But, I feel like people, I feel, this is what it is. I feel like these smartphones are getting smarter and the people are getting dumber.
That's the saying. And there's 100% truth to that, because with that being said, how you just, you
right.
kind of gave that timeline of when, you weren't even alive in 2001. Well, let me explain something to you. Propaganda propagated a lot slower. And
right.
in why I say that is, before 2001, in schools, there was one TV, maybe, in the schools I went to. So I'm assuming that most normal schools that weren't highly affluent, in affluent areas with a lot of funding,
right.
had whereas your teacher would sign a form to get TV day. They would rent the TV for that day, and your homeroom would get access to the TV, and you get to watch a program or whatever they wanted to do. And these are TVs on a roll cart. Well, whatever, for, I say for whatever reason, for obvious reasons, right before 2001, 9/11,
right.
all the schools randomly got mysterious funding that allowed 5 or 6 TVs to be available in all schools, or more than that. I think it was one for generally every classroom. That was like every homeroom got a TV just right before 9/11. And if you weren't even alive, let me explain to you, I was in 6th grade, and when they wheeled those TVs in, it was just a whole ritual in and of itself. And I've explained this to Austin. I've probably explained it to you, but I was sitting there because, it happened early in the morning. And like, we went to school knowing that there was already some sort of crazy thing going on in New York. Because, if you had parents who had the TV on early in the morning. And so we get to school and they wheel the TV in just in time to see even more, I think, of the second plane crashing in. And I looked around the room, and it was like I was in a prayer vigil, and I felt like I was being disrespectful at like a prayer vigil. Like, everybody is bowing their heads in prayer, and I'm the only one looking around, because I'm looking around, and everyone is just captivated by the screen. And it was disgusting. But to your point about the propaganda, or what I was saying about propaganda, is after 2001, that piece of just the TV being more available to everyone in school, that was a catalyst. And like you mentioned earlier with the whole towelhead remarks, we lived in a relatively peaceful world. From my perspective as a kid, people weren't getting in fights about race. Like, there was plenty of people fighting, and like, it was, in my opinion, a better world, because there was like shame and bullying for normal reasons, not like
stupid reasons.
Yes, not things you couldn't change about yourself or anything like that. But anyway, but after that, there was a huge influx, and you had people talking about how their parents said certain things about other races, or Muslims or brown people, and you would hear all these things. Before that, there was no like excessive, and this is coming from a time where I used to throw the N-word around with reckless abandon. And I say that because nobody cared. I had tons of black friends. I grew up in a place that was literally right next to a community called the Ghetto. It's crazy. Yeah. It's just like, and that was literally right behind the school I went to, Portsmouth High School in Portland. You know, North Portland was a rough area at the time. It's nice and gentrified now, but
yeah. Well, every neighborhood in America too, like it's getting gentrified. Like my old neighborhood's getting gentrified too. They're putting new houses there and putting a Target there and all that type of shit. So
yeah, once you get the Target, you know you made it.
Yeah, bullseye.
Yeah. Yeah, they've been remodeling
because you need enough white people to work at the Target, so you need a
Hey, they've gotten rid of a lot of the Hispanic population there too. They've gotten rid of them. Now it's pretty much white people central, Asian central. Well, a lot of people do come from they come from the Bay Area and they come down there, so looking for work down over here. But I mean, still, that's what you call gentrification, getting rid of old shit. But is gentrification even really good for communities? I don't think so.
No, I'm not saying it's good for communities. In fact, the way I see gentrification is
right. No, I'm not saying you said it was good. I'm just saying.
No. I know. I'm saying culturally, though.
Yeah.
The ramifications of it, I don't think they're I'm where I just moved from in Southeast Portland, a really messed up area. Austin came and visited. He got to see, the tent cities right where I lived and everything like that. Well, in no time, we're starting to see all this. Before I left, all of a sudden there's infrastructure going in and they're fixing like all these things. I'm like, oh, that's not good. That you guys think they're just waking up and just saying we should make this area better for everybody who lives here. Bullshit. So
they don't like when people say, oh look, they actually care about us. No, they don't, bro. They don't give two shits about you. They see you as some fucking useless eater. Like that's what a lot of people realize. Like fucking people at the top, they don't give two shits about us. They see us as a bunch of useless eaters and slaves, and to just be used as cattle, and to be just to pay for their shit. We got to pay for their shit while they don't have to work at all and just sit on their ass and just keep their feet kicked up.
And a lot of people like to attribute certain things to like races and like how the races are, and there is some truth to that, but that it's not about the color of their skin. It's about the culture that they're brought up in and the culture their parents were brought up in. And when I say culture, I mean cult. Keyword being cults, because these people are brainwashed from an early age. The white people don't watch black TV. This is what they call it, by the way. I'm not making up these terms, but black people will stick to black TV. And what do those shows show you? They show you how to raise your kids, and they show you, or if you're
white people
you're not
bad, they show you white people bad. That's all it is.
Well, I'm saying like as far as like white programming, if you think about it, like growing up in the 90s, it was like
that was around the
Tim Allen show, and
rap was starting to come out in what, the early 90s.
Yeah, of course. But you had like two different like streams of television. Yeah, Home Improvement, and you had like Roseanne and like
Speaking of Roseanne, oh man, shit.
Roseanne, I remember that. Home Improvement.
I didn't watch that shit, but Home Improvement was a banger.
Yeah, Home Improvement.
Although it was
I used to watch it. It used to come out on Nick at Night. I used to sit there and watch the reruns of
it. But I'm just saying, this is what it is they're able to like you have these subsects of cultures, and one behavioral norm for one subsect of that culture can be manipulated in the way that another behavioral norm can't be. So where I view gentrification, because I'm coming from a place that I believe and understand that a lot of people will say whitewash and all these other things, and there is probably an element of some pure hatred for something that we probably don't understand. I don't know if it's simply melanin in the skin that makes all that this tick from the elites. But I also know that the elites, personally, I believe or know whatever, that the elites, that their number one issue is not skin color, that they can live with skin color, and
it's all duality shit. That's why they have people people find amongst that. People don't even get the jokes. It's literally Masonic jokes. People don't even get like black and white. Obviously, Masonic checkerboard floor. You know, white people versus black. I mean, people don't even get that shit. I mean, it's literally in your face. Couldn't be more in your face.
It's all about, and to go even further, it's the light and the dark.
Yeah.
To go even further scientifically, it's like the what is it? The muon and the what's the neutron? No, it's not neutron, but anyway. Yeah, the light particle and the dark particle, which, if you guys don't know, that's what makes an atomic bomb tick. Just in case you guys didn't know, that when an atomic bomb goes off, there's an explosion, and the thing that leads the explosion is a humongous burst of like, it's like a concussive force that follows like this intense like heat. Anyway, so the heat is the light particle, but this like invisible particle is another part of it. But anyway, it's because you
got Lucifer and Jesus, the light bearer, and all that stuff. If you want to get even more like into that, Jesus and Lucifer, and people don't realize this shit, but Jesus and Lucifer literally have the same gematria.
Of course.
Yep.
So they got people, and here's the thing about Christians too. I've met a couple of Christians in my life, a couple of Hispanic Christians, and most of these guys, they turn Christian after they get out of prison. But you try to talk to them about how it's crazy how the people that they turn Christian in prison. It's funny because they're actually more open-minded than the actual that growing up Christian. Because I've talked to a few of these guys, and they'll actually listen to what I got to say about how Jesus is allegory for the Son, and you guys don't realize 12 constellations, 12 disciples. I'll talk to them about that. 12 hours in a day, 12 hours in a night. I mean, you'll talk to them about that type of stuff, and they'll actually listen to it. That's my experience, though. But again, I know how to present too. I'm not one of these, because like you got people, and I'm gonna address this too. I know I'm kind of going everywhere, but I mean I have to say it. But there's people in the community, right? They'll talk about gematria, but they'll just go too far with it. They'll just like abstract decodes, if you will. They just come out with just like the outlandish shit ever. And here's how it is. You got to keep it simple, to the point, and not bullshit around it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's just like too, like with I know Zach was talking about too, like are we gonna dumb it down for next year? It's like, no, we're not dumbing anything down. It's like we're just we're just changing, we're changing course, we're changing direction with things, we're changing how we do things, we're adapting, and we're moving with the times. But I mean, you got to look at, it's about to be 6 years since COVID already. 6 years since 2020 and all this. It's like we are so deep in the game. People don't realize how deep we are in this. And who knows, like I said, what's to come the next couple of years. But the bottom line is, life's not going to get any easier, any better. It's hard enough. We were just talking about this in King's Stream, how hard it is to make money and jobs and to find work, and how hard it is. People got to look at this, and they have to do something about it. That's what it has to come. It has to be, there's enough people struggling that there has to be a marker like, okay, we've had enough. We're going to do something, let's get 10% of the population to fight back, revolt, something. There's got to be somewhere where people draw the line.
Right now, they're sitting on their asses watching the fucking game right now. Like right now, I was kind of watching a little bit of the 49ers in Chicago game. They got it tied up to 35-35. I had to laugh at it. I'm like, come on, Chicago equals 35. Come on, man. Today's the 106th day of the Pope's age. Who's from Chicago. Come on, man. It's the 106th NFL season. They're going to be hosting the Super Bowl, the 49ers. And what's
I call those the exhibition bowls.
And
whenever two teams that are cities that had like an exposition, the Great Chicago World's Fair and like St. Louis and San Francisco and Seattle. Whenever those teams play out, I always try to think about. I think about that. It reminds me of it. By the way, Austin, we should do an episode on the World's Fairs soon.
Oh yeah,
there's a lot to talk about there, especially with you being, out of Seattle and.
And they're playing the 49ers. Their next game is going to be playing Seattle. So just think about that too. They have it lined up, so it's going to be Seattle the next game. Seattle WA, how you write on the envelope, that shit equals 106. They've been doing all kinds of 106 shit with Seattle. The case in point, the floods, and then you got Phillip Rivers. You see, that's another thing. You point that shit out to your everyday people. I'm not going to say everybody reacts the same way, because some people are different. Case in point, when I used to work at my other job and I used to sit there and educate about gematria and shit, most of the people got it. There was only one person that didn't get it because they didn't want to get it because they were Christian and they said I was just teaching witchcraft. But 8 of the fucking people that I talked to, they got it and they thought it was interesting. I had one guy, he wasn't even from the area. He wasn't even from. He just came down there doing Uber, and he was from Stockton. And I was telling him about how this gematria shit and how what goes on and what these people do with it. And I was telling him, earthquakes a big component of this shit and how weather warfare. Well, look how foggy it is. It's never been this foggy at all in California. All of a sudden, it's just foggy like this. And that's weather warfare right there. These motherfuckers are actually fucking with the weather and doing it ritualistically. And then what happens? Like literally, I was talking about earthquakes and the number 55 and 44. I was talking about that with him. Literally, as he left, and I was about to leave work, he's like, he literally stops. He comes to me. He's like, "Hey man, you were just talking about earthquakes. Look, they're having an earthquake in California. They're saying it's a 5.5." I'm like, "See, this is what they do." And what's funny?
Jesus.
His name was. I think this is the organic side, but his name is. It's funny. His name was Cross, right? Cross, like on the cross, but his name was Cross, right? And funny enough, that was on a date with 20 date numerology, and cross equals 20. I'm like,
yep.
Man, I'm on. You know what? I'm on that right there. I'm on that interaction needed to happen. I guarantee you that was right there, a sign right there that needed to happen. Because a guy named Cross, and we're talking about the Jesuits, the Society of Jesus, who ultimately gave you the story of Jesus on the cross. But I thought that was a wild synchronicity. 20 date numerology, cross 20. We're talking about gematria and time 20, like seasons. But I felt like that interaction needed to happen. But he got it. He was like, man, he's like, I got to learn more about this. And I even plugged my YouTube channel. I gave him Zach's YouTube channel. I said, check out the blog. And he's an avid follower of mine now. So,
one of my pet peeves with all of that is you would assume that people would the fun, and I'll say fun, like the fun tidbits, like there's a lot of gematria that is kind of formulaic.
Right.
To me, it's not really that way because I find it so interesting, but I can understand how some people will find it formulaic. But then there's the other tidbits, like all the Kobe stuff, the 9/11 stuff, like you were just saying, something like Philip Rivers, where it's like this guy's name is a sentence, and look at what's happening all around him, and look at
and his name is more mockery too. Philip Rivers.
Mm-hmm.
And
exactly.
they're filling up Washington with all these rivers of
lover
blood.
of horses, Rivers, and
and then here we are,
plays for the Colts.
The year of the horse. And I mean, just don't be surprised they start doing shit with horses. They start saying, "Oh, a horse shortage" and all this type of shit. I wouldn't even be surprised to start doing that.
Yeah, absolutely. We just had horse day too, and even in the last game the Seahawks had, when they made the 16-point comeback, there was a Rivers in that game as well. So I mean, they've been linking it up every week. The way they're doing it.
Let me add on to your point. Like, come on, man. People don't see the fucking NFL's fake. I mean, they have a fucking old ass guy like fucking Philip Rivers on there, old as fuck, slow as fuck, playing. Come on, man, playing right now when he's 44. That's how you know this shit's fucking fake.
And they pay him the minimum for like a which they paid the minimum salary for the amount of games that he played, but that's for a starting player. Why would they not just pull somebody out of nowhere and pay him barely any to play that? Like,
you can pay a rookie that amount of.
That's what I'm saying. Why you don't have anybody in your farm system or somebody underneath that you would have been training up that you got to pull this guy out of nowhere? Obviously, it's a ritual, guys. Come on.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like, it's obviously a ritual. It's like, I was trying to educate my family about this shit too. I was telling them, like, come on, man, Philip Rivers. Yeah, this dude hasn't played a long time in the NFL. All of a sudden, he's come out at age 44 while Washington's being flooded. And it's like, come on, you guys don't see the jokes there? Philip Rivers, 6 Rivers, 6 days after his birthday.
And the team scores 6 field goals on him.
Yeah, and they don't see it. They're like, come on, Rich, you really think that's really going on? I'm like, yeah, I do think that's what's going on because it's pretty obvious. Why the hell would they call it Philip Rivers? Again, they're paying him as much money as they pay a rookie. They could easily just pay some rookie to do that. So why would you want to pay some old ass guy, slow as fuck, old as fuck? Or when I say old as fuck, I mean, 44 is not that old, but in the NFL, NFL is pretty old. I mean, look at Tom Brady. I mean, to call Tom Brady the GOAT when that dude, he's another guy, no agility, slow as shit.
Peyton Manning.
There you go, Peyton Manning.
No physique, no strength, no nothing. I mean, it's just a
Right.
total wimp. It's like, and this guy's outlasting people like Michael Vick. The dude's, ripped. He's jacked. He's fast, athletic, agile. He's got it all. And then here's
Michael
a
Vick
guy
would
who's
crush that
slower
dude
than
in
me,
the game
but
for real.
unstoppable. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah, it's like Michael Vick would fucking all shit all over him if the games were real, if the games weren't fake. But it's like, come on, man. This shit's fake. That's why I don't even watch the games. I barely even watch the games. Like today's probably like one of the first times I probably sat there and really even watched it. I wasn't even really watching. I was just decoding it the whole time. They both come 11-4. They come into the game 11-4, and
Yep.
fucking San Francisco 49ers, when you write it out, equals 114. You don't think they're mocking you? Yeah, they are mocking you. I mean, you got to be an idiot not to see it. Oh yeah. Today is also 42 days. They're making a big old deal about how the Niners Super Bowl 60. We're just days away from Super Bowl 60, or months away from Super Bowl 60. Today is 42 days before Super Bowl 60. Of course, 42 is the 60th composite number. SNF equals 42. Like, come on, how do people not see this shit? SNF equals 42. 42 days for the Super Bowl. 42 is the 60th composite. Super Bowl 60. They're going to be hosting Super Bowl 60.
Mm-hmm.
And all day like if you watch the beginning of that game, they had a pan towards what's his name, Brock Purdy, who wears number 13. Mm-hmm. And don't forget, they're playing the Chicago Bears. Chicago Bears equals 91, the 13 triangular number. Of course, the big storyline was Brock Purdy, and they even had the camera all on him all the beginning of the game, number 13.
So Purdy.
Yeah, so that shit is mockery, man. That's how people don't see them. Sports is numbers oriented. Like that's people ask all the time how to do the numbers shit with sports. It's like, well, sports is very numbers oriented. So obviously they could get away with doing the number rituals. So yeah, it's pretty logical. It's a pretty logical thought.
Yeah, it's the same with NASCAR, wrestling, football. All this stuff's linked up. But we talked about how, we were talking about John Cena's last match and how that went into all this Seahawks stuff and NASCAR stuff and how all this stuff was
Greg
connected.
Greg
Yeah.
Biffle, drove number 16. Dies during week 16. I mean, people don't see it.
16-point comeback, 2-2-2, 3 2-point conversions in a row. Order out of chaos as the state's flooding. It's just you can't do any better than that.
Yep, and don't forget what they did to Washington. Was it Seattle with COVID too, with the whole 2-2-2 thing?
Yep.
So yeah, I mean, yeah, and one thing, man, I'm not gonna lie to you, man. Like I had to get Zach's book. I actually got 2 copies of the book because I'm gonna actually send it to one of my family members. I'm like, you're gonna read this book. The aunt that supposedly is a big Trumper. I'm gonna send her to that book, and I'm gonna make sure she reads it. And I want her to read all about it because I'm going to show her, hey, that guy, the orange goon in office right now, you think that's the savior? I'm read the book. Read the book. It literally shows you how this guy's a part of the Jesuit cabal. But, we'll see if she comes around to it or not. But, that's one person we got to break out of the cycle is that person. That's the person I'm actually trying to reach.
Yeah, if you can get a Trumper out of the Trumper trans, if you can beat that, right. I mean, yeah, I guess maybe you can pretty much do anything. I mean, it's just that's how ridiculous everything is. I was looking yesterday too. I looked at the game yesterday too, that Ravens-Packers game. There was some guy named Isaiah Likely. I was like, look at these names. Isaiah Likely. It's just like these names. I was looking at his gematria too. He had I think he's got like 47, 74. Isaiah Likely equals 121 and 58. Yeah, and then Likely equals 74, 29, 88, 34. And Isaiah equals 47, 29, and 43. So almost exact cipher matches. It's just ridiculous. Look at these names.
Don't forget, 41 is the 58th composite. There's a relationship with 58 and 41. Just like Kobe Bryant. Kobe Bryant died at age 41. Kobe Bryant equals 58. Again, 41 is 58 composite. He dies at 41. Los Angeles Lakers equals 58. He played King James, LeBron James, one day before he died, beat him in point scoring. And he just happens to die the next day. And again, the real King James died at 58. He was a Rosicrucian and Freemason. Freemason and Rosicrucian equal 58. What's there not to see? Like I said, when Kobe died, that was kind of like, that's when I woke up to, I was already awakened to shit going on, but kind of what sealed the deal for me.
Yeah, I mean in these games too. I mean they're rigged too. I mean play by play. I mean I was watching it too. It was like every time I check it, it said, "Oh, Packers have 56% chance of winning," and then the quarterbacks were 8 for 8 and 3 for 3, and then they were 9 for 11 and 4 for 4, and then just how all this was coming about. Then it was like, "Oh, they have a 80.4% chance of winning or a 74% chance of winning," and balls on the 33, and this guy's 9 for 11. This guy's 77, and now he's 8 for 8 with 59 yards, and it just that's how it was. I mean, just everything. Every time I looked at the score, I looked at how many yards somebody had. How they were doing. All of it was the big time numbers. That's how it always is with these games too. If you look at them, they're literally perfectly scripted. Every play, where the ball is going to be, what's going to happen on the drive, how this is all going to go. They use this throughout the entire game. So it's not even just, the end score, like big plays. I mean, it's always there. If you look at it, you can always see it.
And let me share my screen here. Because when we have discussions like this, I always like, when I hear you guys, especially when you bring it, go on the 5/8 thing, but I just looked this up. If May 8th is a significant date to Rosicrucians, yes, it is, often marked by special online events. These events cover alchemy of health, the heart center, Rosicrucian principles, community, and mysticism. Why May 8th? Well, not tied to a specific historical event like the founding of the order. It's a chosen date for regular ongoing spiritual activities, similar to how other dates might be significant for different spiritual paths. Yeah, bullshit.
Gematria.
5/8, 58.
Yeah. Rosicrucian 58, Freemasonry 58, Secret Society 58, Biblical 58, Gregorian 58. I mean, it can go on and on.
So that's just another example of there being like a logical, maybe not logical, but a tangible
oh
link.
My God, they still have it at 35. Wait, no, okay, it was tied up.
They just hit a field goal.
Yeah, 38. I mean, it's like, oh man, 38.
Too bad it wasn't 35 Thursday.
Yeah, they had it. It was funny because when I was peeking at the game, they had it tied up 35. I'm like, come on, 35. I had a laugh. I'm like, Chicago equals 35, Catholic 35. They play in fucking Santa Clara, which is Jesuit town.
That's a 73 points. They could. God forbid this thing goes to overtime. I mean,
they could go 76 points and get a reflection of 67.
It's San Francisco. San Francisco equals 76.
Yep.
Oh, remember how they did OJ? They did OJ at age 76. 59 days after the Super Bowl. 59 days after the Super Bowl. Before Super Bowl 59, the year before it, or the year after, I should say. Sorry.
Yeah.
They're not doing number rituals though, guys. They're not doing anything, So it's organic, It's just a coincidence he died 59 days after the Super Bowl. Who cares? It's all organic, It's the work of Jesus.
Yeah, John Cena's last match was there was nothing to that. That was Jesus. Jesus made him tap out. It wasn't Gunther. He just couldn't hang in. There was no numerology. There was no dates. There was nothing to look at there.
That's all mumbo jumbo. Who cares about dates and numbers? Do you think dates and numbers matter? Who gives a shit, man? That's all coincidence.
Yeah, man. I want to watch the match. I want to watch Gunther make Cena tap out, man. This is so real.
Remember last week we were talking about how I told you guys to play the clip from Super Bowl 56 of how Halle Berry had to come out and say, the NFL is no different from WWE. I mean, that's literally what it is. The WWE is no different than the NFL. It's scripted and it's fake. And what's sad is everybody knows that the WWE is fake, but they can't realize that the NFL is the same way.
And it's not just the same way, coming from a conspiratorial mindset. It's the same way legally through their taxes. They were sued. Me and Austin have talked about this all the time, but these like bullshit lawsuits, we've covered the one in NASCAR this up until now, where it just ended with the whole Michael Jordan thing. But anyway, these lawsuits, they use these in order to set a precedence for something later down the line. They're going to just like, when you like Roe v. Wade, like think about that's like a famous one, but they use these like old cases as precedents. Well, yeah, it's no different. But
Well, I just set the groundwork to make it seem like these leagues have legitimacy. It's just like what we were talking about the other day with the, just with the whole NBA thing, the NBA gambling thing, and since then you haven't really heard anything about it. It's kind of gone away. Nobody really cares about it no more. But I guarantee you they're going to bring it back up here. Maybe sometime in the future they might bring it back up. Oh, see, NBA gambling bust. And what's such a mockery about that too? They even had to point out how that Terry Rozier, he faked an injury. It's like, well, that there you go. That should just prove right there that most of these guys are faking their injuries. It's not real. It's like George Kittle. He's sitting out, but looks totally healthy to me. And it's like, come on, man. It's just to fit the ritual. That's what it is.
well, yeah, but yeah, and even the NFL, they file their taxes the same way that wrestling does as entertainment.
I wonder if they even file taxes. I mean, just the way they.
Well, yeah, I know. I 100% agree. I'm just saying, like the whatever they call that,
and the NFL. Think about the NFL too, and all these leagues too. That's modern day slavery right there. They have a bunch of black men. No, there's white people playing those teams too. Yeah, I get that, but it's mostly a black league, and you got these white owners. I'm not trying to make it about race, but you have many of these white owners, calling the shots for these players. So. Is that not slavery?
It's to compare it is logical minded, but but good luck, because people are so set with their triggers that they won't allow those things to happen.
Well, the point is they don't really give a shit. They don't care. I mean, you see average American out there, you tally them up, that they don't give a shit about it. They don't even care about what the hell's going on when people are getting, innocent brown people are being killed. Oh, who gives a shit? Those like coming back to the towelheads point. Oh, those towelheads deserve it. It's like they didn't do anything wrong.
Right. I used to think that when I was young and I was a kid, I thought the Washington Redskins, I thought they were actually from Washington State. I thought they were from like Olympia or something. I thought Washington State had two teams, and they're like, no, that's Washington D.C. I'm like, D.C. I'm like, why would you put a Native American Indian on our nation's capital when we came here and we
killed them?
What do we do? What do we do to them? Oh, we murdered them and killed them, didn't we? Oh, we're gonna put their logo on our thing though. We're gonna put their face right on there as we took their land and killed them and murdered them and did all the things we did, raped them. But here we go, Redskins, Washington Redskins. That's the way we're rolling. I always question that. I'm like, what's with that? In Washington D.C., it's like you got nothing else better for a better logo or better team to pick. But now, of course, it's the capital.
Now they've since changed it to the Washington Commanders. They did that shit.
They're Commanders, yeah.
Yeah, but they were even thinking about
Washington football team.
Washington football team.
Yeah,
that was some bullshit.
I'm like, come on, man, that shit sounds like a boy band. That Washington football team, that shit sounds like a boy band. But
the Commanders.
San Fran scored and went for 2.
Commanders equals 42. Like DC equals 42. How does DC equal 42? What's 7 times 6? 42.
So they're up to 80 now.
Oh, they're up to 80 points. Oh, 42 combined points. You gotta love that.
Look at those numbers too. 42 and 38. What a great couple numbers.
42 points for the game. 42 days before the Super Bowl when SNF equals 42. I mean, wasn't I just talking about that? Like a couple of minutes ago? I was just talking about that 42 and 60. Yeah, see, and then you point that out to people like, who cares that it equals 42? It's like, well, they're really putting it in the fucking game, retard. That's why it matters. It's not an accident they have it 42 days before the Super Bowl. And just think they have it lined up like that. Yeah, 42 days before the Super Bowl, the way they have it just so lined up perfectly. You're going to sit here and tell me that it's not rigged. It's not rigged, man. Yeah, it is rigged. It's rigged as fuck. Watch most of these plays. Rigged as shits.
I agree. And this is the only, it's held at the stadium. The only stadium I've ever been to is
Levi Stadium.
Levi Stadium, yeah. And like I
never got a chance. I've been.
It's a shit show.
I've been to Candlestick Park, but I've never been to Levi Stadium.
It was, well, like I said, I felt like I was at a high school stadium.
I think people don't even question, why the fuck do you have the 49ers playing in fucking Santa Clara? Oh, it's close to San Francisco. Yeah, but it's not in San Francisco. It's in Santa Clara.
Yep.
Like, here's the thing that people don't even realize. Like, you go up to the average American and be like, hey, why are the San Francisco 49ers named that? Some people are probably going to be like, I don't know. Well, it's named because of the gold rush. And I even knew about that when I was a kid, so I know how the 49ers were named after the gold rush. Average American. They're not gonna know that. They're gonna be like, "Oh, it's because I like the number 49, bro." It's like, no, it's because that's a gold rush.
Right.
And funny enough, gold rush even equals ascending of Super Bowl 41. I believe it even equals 49 as well, like Super Bowl 49 and 41.
I was named after my middle name is Montana, named after Joe Montana. I was born right before the back of the
I'm
end
not
zone
gonna lie.
catch.
I used to be a huge 49ers fan. I'm not gonna lie to you, but
Like the Frank Gore Niners.
One guy I didn't care for is Jeff Garcia, and I think that dude's gay. You hear that man talk? It sounds gay. And just think about that too.
Wasn't he a tight end?
I believe so.
I'm sure it was loose when he got out of there. So.
Oh my! And just think about that too. It's like people tight end equals 87. That's why most.
Yep.
Well, look at the tight end on the Chiefs. He's born on the day leaving 87 days after year. Tight end equals 87, and he wears 87. Most tight ends wear number 87.
Yep. At least the tight ends you hear about.
And just think about that tight end. You got these grown ass men wearing tights.
One of the more popular things going around. It kind of got popular not that long ago, but it's like wildly popular now. Is like these edits of or these compilations of all the guys, the casters, and they're just like how they talk. Like, you got this guy coming down your face, and what are you supposed to do other than just duck in and take it, man? And they're just like it's like wives are like laying on the couch where their husband's watching football, and they're like, "What the fuck is he watching? Like, what is coming down your face? What are you talking about?"
Yeah. They could have went to the tight end, but they went to the wide receiver, and then
my God,
into the spot receiver.
Think about those titles too, man. Like wide receiver,
slot receiver.
End. Yeah. These gay ass titles, and it's like people don't get it.
Just the way you like. There's no better way to hand somebody the ball to hike the ball. You have to be down there grabbing my nuts.
Yeah, and again,
grabbing my ball.
And think about who plays for the Vince Lombardi Trophy. It's named after a Jesuit. So
yep.
Who died at Jesuit Georgetown unexpectedly. So yeah, I mean, this shit's mockery. It's mockery as fuck. People can't even see that. Oh, so now you're associating sports with being gay? It's like, I didn't say that. I said most of these titles are gay. That's why you got a bunch of men in tights.
Well, let me for people that think that way. His name was like Collins or something like that, but like the first openly gay basketball player. If you guys don't remember that, he played for like the Nets or something like that.
But I have a feeling I do. I just can't think of the name on the top of my head.
But it's just funny that you don't hear about any more of them. But then you look at like
Cat. Do you guys remember Jake Dickbutt?
Yep.
Hell yeah. Can't forget Dick Trickle. I mean, these guys are...
Yeah. What's another one, man? Not Jake
Dick Buttkiss.
Dick Buttkiss. There you go. Yeah, Jake
yep.
Dick Butt. Fucking Dick Buttkiss. Buttkiss. I mean,
Butker.
Oh yeah. There you go.
Oh,
yeah.
It's Butker, okay? Nah, bro.
Dick and son.
Picked on
Dick and son.
At recess, brother. There's nothing around.
Yep. Dickinson. Dick
Erson. Dick and son. You're putting your dick in your son? What are you trying to tell me here?
Yeah.
Sick. Hey, man. It's sick, man. Sick what they do, man. And you know what's funny? If you type in Jake Dickbutt, Zach's videos comes up literally.
Good.
Oh man. You know what? When I type in Jake Dickbutt, there's an article from 2016. It said Rutgers police searching for Dick Butt scandal. What a joke! What a joke! Yeah. And they just mock you, man. They just mock you with this shit. And pretty sure there's more players with that name Dick and Butt together. I mean, I guarantee it.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of goofy, strange names. There used to be one guy who had a name that was almost like my last name. It was like Klecko. Yeah. It was Ek Klecko. I think he played for the Patriots and then he played for the Colts. But yeah, it was like Klecko, but it was almost exactly like my last name, but there was an O in it and there was one other different letter, but it was kind of strange.
You know what? Speaking about people dying during the Christmas and holiday season,
Mhm.
pull up one of my blog posts. I want to show the death of Don Bryant. I'm not at my computer right now, but go ahead and pull it up.
It was at the top post, right? There we go.
Yeah, there it is, right there. Yep. So here, let's just go down the list here again for all the dummies who can't see the mockery. Don Bryant should remind you of Kobe Bryant, but anyway, he died on the 26th. Died on the 26th. Again, Bryant equals 26. Kobe Bryant dead on the 26th day of the year. But he died at age 83, and he's from Memphis, right? Notice Memphis equals 83. Dead at 83, and he died 38 weeks after his birthday. Memphis 38. Memphis is 38. You see the 106 there? The plane crash today was a plane crash, and it was near Philly. And that should remind anybody of Kobe Bryant from Philly. And what's funny is this, the same night as that plane crash, you got the Eagles playing the Bills. And it should
Mhm.
also remind people of the plane crash that happened on, I think it was Dion Dawkins' house. It was on Jake Gyllenhaal, who played Dion, or was it Donnie Darko? That's what
Donnie
it
Darko,
was.
yep.
Yeah, and
That's funny because you got Donald Bryant too. Yeah, good.
yeah, Don Bryant, Donald Trump. Funny enough, today Donald Trump was in the headlines too for meeting with Zelensky.
Yep.
Well, he's 47, and this happened in New Jersey. New Jersey also equals 47. But again, 83 date numerology. This man passes 38 weeks after his birthday. Memphis equals 38 and 83 like murder. The 106 matters because today is the 106th day of the Pope's age, and of course the NFL, it's 106th season. But notice his full name, Donald Maurice Bryant, 83. That on 83 date numerology. I mean, just what are the odds, right? And a lot of, the Donald equals 83 and 38, like, like election. But again, he died on a date with 38 date numerology, 12 plus 26, 38. 38 weeks after his birthday. Notice he's born on 4/4, and he's from Memphis, right? Should remind anybody of MLK assassinated on 4/4. MLK was assassinated on this man's 26th birthday, and he just happens to die on the 26th, Bryant 26. And speaking about Dick, you see that? Yeah, there you
That
go.
stood out like a sore dick.
Yeah, Dick Kane Cole. Think about that. Kane Cole at Christmas. He actually died a day after Christmas, funny enough. But yeah, Dick Dane Cole. And who do they have hosting the New Year's every year? Is it not Dick Van Dyke, who's about
Yep.
100 years old and still living for some reason?
Dick Dyke. Come on. It's just like
exactly. But yeah, they have Dick Van Dyke, who's still alive. It's funny because you point that out to people. It's like, how is Dick Van Dyke even still alive at 100 years old?
wasn't Homie looking like a husk?
Look at how he looks. He looks terrible. He looks like he's on his deathbed. Literally, look how bad he looks. I mean, you could also say it's Botox and plastic surgery going on to keep him looking like that. But I mean that right there. I mean, it looks like tons of Botox going on in the face. But yeah, I mean, nobody even questions that shit. How half of these people die at like 83, 90, and all this type of shit. They don't even live past 100. But yet, Dick Van Dyke, he's just living past 100. People should question these things, and people don't. And just think about it. His name is Dick Van Dyke. Dick Dyke. I mean, does it not go over people's heads? Funny enough, he's actually born the same day as what's her name, Taylor Swift.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yep.
Yep, he's 100. Don't be surprised they take him on next year. He'll be 101.
Yep. Years active, 1947 to present, 47.
Yep. The same day. Oh yeah, New Jersey does equal 47. We were just talking about New Jersey 47. I think the first NBA season was in 47. But yeah, anyway, he died 266 days or 38 weeks after his birthday. Of course, 266 should remind you of the Jesuit Pope, Pope Francis. He was the 266th Pope. And again, the first Jesuit. And he keeps scrolling down there. Again, death 38, most simple cipher. Again, D the 4th, E the 5th, A the 1st, T the 20th, H the 8th, add up 38. And again, Bryant 26, he died on the 26th birthday, or MLK died on the 26th birthday, so we're told, of Don Bryant. And now he just dies at age 20, or he dies on the 26th. I mean, what a joke. But anyway, remember, again, the 83 piece. Remember, as for the 266 days, again, Kobe Bryant died while the Pope was 83 years old. And again, helicopter crash equals 83. And Bear Bryant, the football coach, and football even equals 83. But Bear Bryant, he died in 83 on the same day that Kobe died, 37 years to the day. So, I mean, and when you run Bryant the other way, it's 37, like at Los Angeles. Like he died on his 157th day of his age, which is the 50 or 37 prime. And Kobe being Bryant equals 157. I mean, just more mockery. But yeah, helicopter crash. 83. I mean, and again, Pope Francis was synced up with the Jesuits, and it's also synced up with this Pope, as I just talked about, 106th day of the Pope's age. Or you could also say it's 105 days too. The helicopter crash, 105 days. Pope Leo equals 105. But yeah, again, if you go down there and you see, look at CNN right there. Just stop right there. Look at the CNN. Look right next to it. Are we living in a simulation? These people. What
See
does
the
it say?
Matrix
See the
code.
Matrix code. I mean, come on. What a mockery. As we're literally talking about this shit. But yeah, I mean, the fact that CNN can even put that out there and just mock people and then critique people like me, you, Zach, who put out the information about numerology and how shit's scripted like this. Um, it's hilarious. It is hilarious. Look at all the 47 shit on the screen. Here, I'm gonna put all these things together. You got Trump number 47. Zelensky's 47 years old. Ukraine 47 like Trump. You have Bridget, the porn star, not porn star, but she was very instrumental to pornography. She died. She actually starred in 47 films. So there's another 47 there. And then the plane crash, New Jersey equals 47. So, I mean, just how perfect does it have to be?
And she's dead at what, 91 it says? So inflection 19, another 19 hijackers,
Yeah.
9/11.
Don't forget, she died 91 days after her 91st birthday. So go figure. I mean, just
Wow.
more mockery. I mean, 91 days. Are you serious? And just more jokes upon jokes.
And the helicopter crash too is like, it's like a way to subconsciously harken back to the Washington D.C. Helicopter crash that was like a week long endeavor, or I think it was Washington D.C. where the two like the Black Hawk helicopter
Yeah.
crashed
Ronald
into the other
Reagan
one.
Airport. Yeah, it was Ronald
Yeah,
Reagan Airport this past year. Yeah.
yeah, that's right. It was the Potomac River. Yeah,
Yeah, and they remember they had to say it was runway 33. I mean, what a joke. Ronald or damn, I'm forgetting it, but I know Federal Masonry Secrecy and Order.
Yep.
They all 33 and happened in the Masonic city, the federal city, if you will. But yeah. I mean, just all the 47s. You keep going down there. You're gonna see. Here, let's see. So it says New Jersey. By the way, they said one dead. If you write the word one in word form, it also equals 47, like New Jersey. So I mean, just more mockery right there. It happened in Hamilton. Here, go down a little bit more. Let's see. There it is. There. Here's what I want to show. Hamilton is about 35 miles or 56 kilometers southeast of Philadelphia. On the same day as this news comes, and you get the Philadelphia, who's playing the Eagles, which is Kobe's favorite team. I mean, are you serious? 35. And don't forget, what's funny, if you look up Hamilton, it was established on March 5th, 3-5. So 35 miles, 56 kilometers, just a needless detail. And then just to
Right.
go
They got
down,
to put it in there in parentheses. Make sure you see it.
exactly. And then look at that.
56.
Look at that. Look at the next. I'm going to read it. Here, go down where it says it right there. It says, according to the National Transport Safety Board, the crash occurred in Enstrom 280C helicopter and an Enstrom 2 F-28 820. Wait, what is it? F-28A helicopter and around 11:25 Eastern, 6:25 military time. Both helicopters are lightweight aircraft that typically hold 3 people or fewer. By the way, 3 equals 56.
Yep.
But again, 28. Again, 2 planes with 28 numbers in it on the 28th day of the month. I mean, are you serious? But yeah, anyways, you go down there. It says, why it's 35 and 56 in Catholic Holy See Jesuitism 35. In that same cipher, Corona del Mar, where Kobe was buried in an unmarked grave. And people should ask, why is he buried in an unmarked grave if he's really dead? You wouldn't really need to be buried in an unmarked grave unless, you're death faking. But, Corona del Mar 56, coronavirus, COVID vaccine, Society of Jesus. And don't forget, Kobe Bryant, he died right before the supposed coronavirus pandemic. I mean, what a joke. But anyway, look at the overlap with the name of the town this happened at.
Oh wow.
11341, like Kobe Bryant, like Don Bryant. Remember, Kobe Bryant was drafted, pick 113 of the draft. And remember, he made his debut in the league on November 3rd, 11/3. Again, the National Basketball Association 113. Again, that number is associated with dishonesty, but yeah, 41. Again, Kobe Bryant dead at 41 on the Pope's 41st day of his age. And there's more to that because he died 41 days before Shaq's birthday. And there's so many 41 things to go down with Kobe Bryant, but I'm not even going to get into that because it'd be a whole long thing to get into. But again, just notice overlap. 113-41. I mean, that's not an accident. Not an accident. But notice if you go down, Hamilton, it's located on the 39th parallel north. And from Kobe Bryant's supposed death to this helicopter crash is exactly 309 weeks on the nose. 309 weeks, like 39. And it's also on the 74th Meridian West. It should remind how Kobe Bryant died during the 74th NBA season. Of course, killing, Masonic, and occult, gematria and English, they all equal 74. But yeah, I mean, just what are the odds of that? Just how it's so perfectly coordinated. And it's also 71 months as well. The Society of Jesus, anyone like Catholic.
Mm-hmm.
And I just keep going down real quick here. Oh, yeah. It was synced up with the Pope. Remember how I mentioned how Memphis equals 106? Remember, this news breaks on the 106th day of the Pope's age. And again, Memphis 106, Blacks 106, Black Lives Matter 106. All these things connect to 106. Remember, you might have heard of the show 106 in Park.
Yep.
You know, Black entertainment show. So, yeah, more mockery. I mean, just literally more mockery, and people don't get it. You know, and did I add anything else at the bottom of that post? Just curious.
You mentioned
Oh yeah.
the Bills Eagles.
Yeah, the Bills were playing total of 25 points, plane crash, 97 25th prime in 2025. 46 second clip in Catholic sacrifice 46. But oh yeah, today also has 85 date numerology, and today is also 68 days after the 80th NBA Finals began. Basketball is 85 and 68. Isus Hominum Salvator, that's the Jesuit motto. That equals 85 and 266, kind of like how that man died 266 days after his birthday. Not an accident. Kind of like how Kobe died exactly 38 weeks after his wife's birthday, and which is 266 days. But yeah, and on a Sunday, on a Sunday. And what day did Kobe die? He died on a Sunday as well. But yeah, there's the pictures of the supposed plane crash, helicopter crash, if you will.
The area code for New Jersey is 201 as well, or at least for a large portion of New Jersey.
Certain parts of New Jersey are 201.
I don't know about this part.
Where the Sopranos, you know what's funny? Where the Sopranos was filmed, that was filmed in New Jersey, and that was the 201 area code. And a lot of people from the Sopranos got on 201 rituals, including James Gandolfini, who played Tony Soprano.
Oh, yeah.
Big old Jesuit ritual synced up with the Pope in Rome. He died in Rome.
Yes, sir.
You know, so yeah, and again, I grew up watching HBO and grew up watching The Sopranos, and don't forget HBO ran by a Jesuit. That Jesuit just died. We're coming up on the 1 year anniversary of him dying. What was his name? Dolan, Charles Dolan.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
There's a Dolan is a
Charles Dolan.
Dolan is also the name of a
cardinal.
Yeah.
Cardinal. Yeah. I mean, and he went to I think he went to, what was it? Oh man, he went to John Carroll University. That's where he went. Yeah, he went to John Carroll University. Yeah, look about Charles Dolan. Yeah, he died. He became that in 70.
Almost the anniversary. Today's the anniversary.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I was sitting right here decoding the same thing on the same desk, same place, right here decoding the same shit last year. But yeah, and it's 72, home box office 72, Jesuit order 72.
Wow.
But yeah, we just recently had the death of the Wire actor. You know what? Pull that up. You know what? Here, let's go through that real quick. Go on my blog. Go on my blog. Just type in The Wire. So we can pull that up. There it is.
Yeah.
Death from suicide, age 46, and his 47th year of life. Suicide 47. But anyway, here, go down the list there. They got a lot of information on there. I got a lot of information, a lot of screenshots. Let's see. Here, go down a little bit more. There was a 54 in his death. Of course, that matters too. The 73-46. Here, just skip that. Here, skip all that. Gotcha. Keep going. He died. Okay, there it is. Hey, hold on. Let's address this. He died on his 201st day of his age. Again, the Jesuit order 201. He also died on the 105th day of Idris Elba's birthday, September 6th. Don't forget, Omar from The Wire died at 54 on his birthday. But yeah, you go down there again. 105th day of his age, 201st day of the guy's age who died. Again, Baltimore, Maryland equals 105. That's where The Wire is set in Baltimore. And Order of Illuminati 201, 105. The Jesuit Order 201. And tomorrow is 12/29. I suspect to watch out for some kind of ritual tomorrow on 12/29, which is the 201st prime. That's also Texas's birthday, so watch out, Texas. But Yeah, here it is. Here, go down a little bit more. I did point out this 54 is there, but I also saw the screenshots in there. But yeah, so that Omar Little equals 54 in the keypad cipher. That's interesting because again, he died at 54. Again, what the keypad cipher is, I don't really talk about it that much, but if you look at what the keypad cipher is for anybody who's new, it's
Like the A, B, C, D, E, F.
yeah, look at your
Yep.
phone. You go down, look at your phone, and he has the numbers and words in there. That's basically what it is. Numbers and letters. That's basically what it is. That's the keypad cipher. But anyway, scroll down a little bit more. Let's see. So if I covered the 54 there. There it is. There it is. There's the 54. There it is. So Omar Little from The Wire. Again, Michael K. Williams died at 54 on Idris Elba's birthday. Right now, Idris Elba's in his 54th year of life. I didn't know this, but recently he just came out in a new episode or the new show that just came out. It's Welcome to Derry, and notice it came out on October 26th. This man died on December 19th. That was 54 days after it came out. He died 54 days. Again, if you write out Jesuit order, it equals 54. If you write out home box office, it equals 54.
He just did a movie with John Cena called Heads of State, which equals 201 as well.
Interesting.
And 42.
Yeah. Yep.
123. Good.
Conspiracy 123. Jesuit 42. The Jesuit order 201. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And he's like the British Prime Minister, and John Cena's the President of the U.S. And
Yep. It's just how they do it. That's how they do it. It's themed. 1 month, 1 month and 23 days as well. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, 54 days. 54 days. Not an accident. Again, Jesuit order equals home box office 5472. Again, James Dolan in 72. But yeah, Omar Little 54 in the keypad cipher. Winter Fire, I put that up there because that was the last episode he did right before he died. But yeah, Winter Fire equals 54 in that same cipher. Very interesting stuff there. But yeah, I mean, they do 54 riches all the time with their HBO actors. I believe it was the other guy that started in, was it Euphoria? He died in a big old 54 ritual, synced it with Mac Miller. And if you look at them, they look alike.
not super aware of that. I've heard of that show, but
yeah, I've watched a little bit of it, but I haven't really watched too much of it. There's a lot
I know
of
that
in there, especially about school shooters and everything like that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cloud. Angus Cloud. Yeah, he died. Look at that. He died on. Look at that. He died on July 31st. That's the anniversary of Ignatius of Loyola not becoming the superior general. That's the anniversary of Ignatius of Loyola dying.
Yeah.
So just think about that. He dies on the big Jesuit day, Ignatius of Loyola, and he came out on HBO. I mean, Jesuit ran network. I mean, are you fucking serious? And literally, he looks a lot. Doesn't he look a lot like? Doesn't he favor Mac Miller a lot?
Definitely, at certain angles, he certainly does. Yeah.
Funny, he plays a drug dealer in that show, and he just supposedly dies from an overdose. I mean, people don't get the mockery. Plays a drug dealer and ends up dying, and his name's Angus Cloud. Like, now he's in the clouds. I mean, are you fucking serious? Nobody gets the mockery of that shit. I mean, are you fucking serious? I mean, this shit is just jokes upon jokes.
Let's see, let's just double check. Angus meaning. I know beef, but
beef, yeah. Yeah,
I'm sure it has a one choice, one strength. But I'll go with the Celtic meaning because he's obviously of like Nordic ancestry.
Catholic. That's Catholic right there, Celtic.
One choice, one strength.
Yeah. The Celtic one's interesting as well.
Yeah.
It's hard to believe he died in 2023. It feels like yesterday was just 2023. Now here we are in 2026. Wow. But yeah, I didn't decode his death. I know Zach did a decode on his death. Obviously, death equals 25.
You know what?
Mac Miller. Mac Miller died on September 7th, 97's 25th prime. Yeah. Don't forget he has a song called The Jesuits.
Yeah, I saw that. We went over that a few times ago, for sure.
Yeah, and he's born on 19/1, like 191 Society of Jesus 191.
They're definitely similar looking, the same exact haircut, interestingly enough. But yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and they both died from an overdose, right? They both died from overdose, and you know, the guy from Euphoria, he just happens to be a drug dealer, and he ends up dying doing drugs. I mean, are you fucking serious? I mean, this shit is ritualism right here, and then dies on the anniversary of Eazy-E being, or I'm tripping. That was Eazy-E's birthday, but that was the anniversary of Tupac being shot and then died a couple of days later. But yeah, and don't forget that they could be written 79 or 9/7. His full name equals 79, like Society of Jesus, and that's also the 22nd prime number. He died on the 22nd he died on the 22nd anniversary of Tupac getting shot.
If you add too the deaths, the 25 and the 26, you get 51, like conspiracy.
Right. Yeah. Like Rome's 51 as well. All
Yep.
those roads leading to Rome 51. Yeah, and don't forget that was very instrumental to Tony Soprano's death. I believe even he died at 51, wasn't it? He died at 51, and The Sopranos equals 51.
All roads lead to Rome.
Yep. And just think about it. And you know what? A lot of people don't even know that James Gandolfini, he wasn't really that aggressive. He was really more of a hipster type guy, more chill, more relaxed. But yeah,
That's how they do it. They'll have
he was a good actor though. I'll give him credit, man. That dude was a hell of an actor. I'll give some of these little.
He was a bit typecasted though, right? Because
yeah,
he couldn't really do much outside of that kind of character.
Well,
That's kind of
yeah.
what happens with
Everybody didn't really know about
especially
it.
HBO is known for just typecasting. Like almost everybody, like look at all the Game of Thrones actors. There's very few that can get out and like do things that are outside of mythical shows.
Yeah, everybody really associated James Gandolfini with Tony Soprano. I mean, I guarantee if you survey, anybody out there, they probably know James Gandolfini from just that one role alone. But yeah, he had other work out there, but that's kind of what catapulted his career was The Sopranos. But another show that did really good back in the early 2000s was The Wire. That was another show, The Sopranos and The Wire, and I grew up watching both those as a kid. But
it's the ending score.
Oh, that's the ending score. Oh my dude, I was literally telling my family members about 42. What are the odds? Now they can't disagree with me now. Now they can't say I'm some schizophrenic conspiracy theorist. Now they got to admit that I was right and they were wrong. Here, just do the date
4
duration.
points for the number of death.
Just do the date duration. Just go from today's
330 yards, 303. Sorry.
You gotta show them the date duration because that shit is just mockery. I was just pointing this out before the game was even played. I was pointing this shit out. Here, let me see. Yeah, if you just do today from today to the upcoming Super Bowl, which is on the 8th. Funny, here we're on the 28th, and the Super Bowl is gonna be on 2/8, the 39th day of the year. Yeah, 42 days. 42 days. And again, what is that? That's the 60th composite number. I also see it's 6 weeks and 0 days, like 60. But yeah, 42 is the 60th composite. Super Bowl 60, they're going to be hosting Super Bowl 60. Funny enough, today has 85-day numerology, National Football League 85. But yeah, SNF, you write out SNF, it equals 42, and you run it backwards. SNF 42.
1 month, 11 days, 111.
Yep. There's probably something to. Oh yeah, helicopter, right? And they get the same day as a helicopter crash, right? Helicopter 111. The Pope died on the 111th day of the year, and Jorge Marbergoglio equals 111. The same day, you got Klaus Schwab, stepping down from the WEF.
We need to pay more attention to the guy who's taking over too.
Yeah.
Who is the guy taking over?
We went over this before. We covered this.
You know what's funny in Jewish gematria, right? WEF, just the letters WEF does equal 9/11.
I think we talked about this. It's been a while.
Oof, sorry. Who is he? Jesuit educated? I'm curious. I never looked into this man.
Let's take a look.
This is news to me.
Excuse me. Well, they had an interim president, I believe, and then this guy was.
You know what I will say about the World Economic Forum? You ever look at their logo? Look at their logo. It has like the 666 going on.
Oh yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
January 24, 1971. Oh, interesting. 24/1, 53rd prime. Religion 53. And in 71, Catholic equals 71. I mean, come on. The Society of Jesus 71. What does this guy's name equal? I guarantee it probably equals 201.
Jorge Brinde. Let's see. Let's just see what they'll tell me about this loser.
Google's AI is it's a joke.
It's so bad right now. This guy's ugly as sin. I'm not saying
Oh,
Klaus.
shit.
Not saying Klaus was a looker, but
I see the ritual. I see what it is. Look at his birthday. His birthday is the anniversary. Didn't JFK give a speech about weather warfare on September 25th? Let's see. JFK weather warfare or weather control speech. Weather control speech September 25th, I believe so.
oh, shut up, AI.
It was in 1961. That's when it was. It was in
It says
1961.
October 20th.
Funny, that's Kamala Harris's birthday.
Yep.
That's another president's birthday too, isn't it? October 20th, or somebody, they died the same day. God, see, I have the United States of amnesia going on because shit. Well, I mean, you got to realize
Gerald Ford.
Gerald Ford. That's what it was. Gerald Ford. Yeah, he had the prediction out there too, or the. It was it in the. It was Gerald Ford in the Herbert Hoover Library, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what it was. He had the prediction. He say an old man was going to come into office, he would die, and the woman would become the next president. But yeah, I'm just noticing that. Yeah, he's born on the anniversary that he's 60 years old, huh? I'm curious about what his name equals, though.
Yeah, let's take a look.
Berge Brendy. Bergie Brandy. I don't know how to say it. Sounds
Swedish? I can't remember if it's
it
Swedish
sounds
or
Italian.
Dutch.
It sounds Italian to me.
Maybe some crossover there, but I know the way they spell it with that O crossed out thing. That's like a
It's like a no value.
Nordic
Yeah.
thing.
Klaus Schwab had that Illuminati in his name.
Yeah.
Look at Borgi.
Yeah, Borgi.
There it is.
Yeah.
Oh, you're close.
Yeah.
202 still is.
Wow, 95. Wow.
DC. That's the DC area code 202.
Mm-hmm.
Skull and Bones 202. We got the 90. Well, you know what? There's a lot I can say about those numbers. 95. The Jesuits were created to counter 95 theses. They were recognized by Rome on the day, even 95 days after near. I don't think that's an accident. Yeah. And you got that
Big time numbers.
Big time Jesuit numbers there. The United Nations. He was the chairman of the he's the chairman of the UN, huh? United Nations Commission on Sustainable Development. Oh, okay.
Norwegian. That's what
He's
it
Norwegian. Is. Okay. Between 97 and 2009. Okay. 2006. Here, let's see. Let's read a little bit of his wiki. In office, October. Does that say October 18th? Oh, it's October 16th. My bad.
Oh, yeah. Here we go.
October 16th, 2013.
October 20th.
Kamala's birthday. And
yeah.
And he was in office from June 18th is interesting because that day we were 18/6. Vatican Hill equals 186 and 9/11 in the same cipher as WEF. I don't think that's an accident either. He was in office from 18/6 to October 1st, 10/1.
Even
October 19th, 2001. So 19.
That's the day leaving 73 days after. Interesting. 21st prime Jesuit 21.
Yeah, let's try to see his early.
See, that's how you know I'm just good with it because I could just see something like. It's because I've talked about this shit a gazillion times. It's like when you see that when you become pretty good at this study, I mean, shit, you'll just see shit and it just pops out. Like, oh, I already knew that. Order of the Phoenix, huh?
This is really interesting because I know about these guys. I've read up about these guys, and they're a Greek organization too. And we were talking about the 26s on that Economist cover, but they had a Greek ship on there too. That like Greek was represented. Not to mention the Olympics.
Well, look what they were established too.
Yeah,
established on May 13th. May 13th, 1926. That's the 133rd day of the year, isn't it? I believe so. 133rd. Because I know May 12th is the 132nd day of the year. I've seen that date come up all the time in these rituals. May 12th. So yeah, May 13th would be the 133rd day of the year.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Satan equals 232 as well. Satan. It's an interesting number. When was it established? 1926. What date numerology did they have? Order of the Phoenix. I know Phoenix equals 26. Established in 26. God 26.
1926.
Let's see. Okay. Okay. It was a date with 44 numerology. Interesting. 27. Ritual 27. Sun also equals 27. People don't realize that. Sun equals 27. SUN.
Yep.
36 like IHS. Interesting. Funny it was established on a date with 63 and 44 numerology because 63 is the 44th composite. Interesting. Order of the Phoenix. What is the Order of the Phoenix equal? I'm curious. Order of the Phoenix. I know Phoenix equals 26.
It's like that movie Flight of the Phoenix.
Yep. Interesting.
121.
Yeah, 121 and 86.
Yep.
238 is interesting too because that's the Eye of Providence number. Eye of Providence equals 238.
It
302.
says
Oh, go ahead.
said he was recognized by like 3 others as well. The Order of St. Olaf.
Well, they all have. You know what the theme that I see going on there? They all have that little Templar cross in the middle of it.
Yeah, I definitely saw that.
And that one too. Just like the Knights of Columbus, they also have
And
it as
funny you bring up Italian and boom, he's recognized by the Order of the Merit of the Italian Republic. Good shit.
Yeah, Rome 51, established in 51. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, absolutely. All 4 of them have the
August
crossing.
16th, huh? That's one day after the Jesuit recognition date. Look
Yep.
at that. They all have the same cross in their I mean, I guarantee you they're Catholic. They're related to the Catholic Church. I guarantee it. They all have the cross in their logos. All of them. August
Colombian too. Interesting.
16/8. Well, I know that's the one day. That's the one day after the Jesuit order's birthday. So that would be the 138th. No, that would be the day leaving 139. Wait, I'm tripping. Here.
You're saying August 16th?
Yeah, August 16th. What is August 16th? I know August 15th, the day leaving 138 days left in the year. I know that. It's the day leaving 137 days left in the year. Interesting. The 33rd prime. And it was a I'm tripping. That's 1926. 1926. Bad math.
Yeah.
But is it 137 is the 33rd prime.
54. Let's see what it
Jesuit order 54. 78 date numerology. 78 date numerology. Jesuit 78.
Jesuit.
Yeah. Jesuit 78. Jesuit order 54.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't know. I don't know if I just missed it. Here we go. Okay, now that I don't see where he went to school. At least it didn't pop out at me. Like this is all about his in office.
I wonder if you look up his education, even if it'll pop up like his name and the education. That's usually what
funny. He joined the Red Cross. Huh. Yeah, I will. I'm just so used to being able to see it right
here. Let me speak on. Red Cross, Templars,
of course.
Red Shield.
Let's take a look.
Yep. It's not the secret societies, bro. You're just cherry picking, you know. So it's not the secret societies.
Norwegian University of Science and Technology.
No, not quite Jesuit educated, but you got the Jesuit fingerprints. I know that. Oh, 21147 prime. There you go.
Name equals 47.
Yeah, there you go. Vatican established on 211. Vatican
See,
equals 47.
What was the acronym for it again? I gotta get rid of some of these. Hold up.
617. Wait, hold on. 617 is 113th prime number. Yeah, it's the 113th prime number.
NTNU. Yeah, we got to keep an eye on this guy. I haven't heard anything out of him.
I haven't either.
And maybe that's not a good thing. Like, because they'll splash that. They're like 21. Interesting.
69.
69 too. But
yeah, the Jesuit order is 69. Yeah. Illuminati 69.
Yep, Illuminati.
Oh, the Illuminati was established on 1/5, wasn't it? Yeah, 1/5.
Yep.
Yep.
First day.
Yeah, I haven't heard about this guy. This is news to me.
Yeah, we haven't covered this in a long time. We haven't talked about. I remember when we talked about Klaus Schwab stepping down. We went over all this, and we went over
Yeah,
some of this, but I don't think we went over this new guy.
yeah. I did a video on it when people asked me to look into it when the Pope died. I'm like, I mean, it's just obvious. I didn't do a decode on it, but it's like pretty obvious. I mean, his name equals 111. He steps on the 111th day of the year, the same day as the Pope dying, whose name equals 111. I mean, on Rome's birthday, nonetheless. I mean, yeah, I mean, it's just more mockery out there. It's not the Jesuits, bro. It's the Jews. Okay, so did the Pope die on the Jewish birthday, or did he die on Rome's birthday?
The
You know,
Jesuits.
Jesuits. I you know what? Sometimes I even call them that from time to time. Jesuits. But yeah. People will say that shit all the time. Like, oh, well, if it's the small hats, like, okay, well, the founders were not worrying about the small hats. They were worrying about the Jesuits. You have Abraham Lincoln on record worrying about the Jesuit order and how the world wars and not world wars, but the Civil War was, it was about them. Blamed it on them. You had other people, blaming the Jesuits. I mean, not really. They weren't blaming the Jews. 19th to 23rd of
Yeah,
January.
within a few weeks here, we'll be talking about their new agenda that they're going to be talking about. So, like I said, they splashed this thing. It might even be out there. The whatever they call those things, the manuscript on whatever.
Yeah, you got to pull up that Economist cover. I mean, that right there just kind of.
Let's see.
2026 is going to be, I guarantee, I'm not trying to fear monger or anything, but I suspect it's going to be a very rough 2026.
And we talked about how much overlap there is with 26 and 27 the next 2 years to come. A lot with money, dollar, all that stuff equaling either 26 or 27. But
Yeah,
there's a ton
money.
of
Yeah,
26 and reverse reflection 62 as well.
yeah. I wouldn't suspect. Well, dollar does equal 26, and right now they're crumbling the dollar right now.
Yep.
And you got all these things. Yeah, China 26, plague 26, COVID 26, chaos 26, letter 26, 26 letter alphabet. What else? I'm trying to think of the other ones. Quran equals 26. Be prepared for some kind of. You know what? The day I'm watching out for is the Ides of March this year or next year coming up, because it'll be the date with 44 and 64 date numerology. And yeah, again, don't be surprised if it's some kind of mass shooting at a like a Christ Church event or at a mosque or anything like that. Because I mean, just how they like to play people. And like I said, Quran equals 26. It'll be 2026.
Sports equals 26. Athlete equals 26. Oh, there's a skier on there. Skier equals 26. There's.
Yep.
Oh.
Chaos also equals 26.
Yep.
But yeah, Babylon, Quran, obviously God equals 26. But yeah.
There we go.
Cobain 26. Might hear more about Cobain next year.
Tank equals
Yeah,
26.
you might
There's
hear more
tanks
about
on it.
Kurt Cobain next year. I guarantee it. Yeah, his name does equal 26 and the most pure.
Yep.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, they got all that shit. The whole China.
I think missile equals 26.
I believe.
Oh yeah, the technical name for a javelin rocket equals 26 as well, which is what this guy's holding right here.
Yeah. Well, think about what a javelin is, right? It pertains to war, javelins.
Yeah, like spear, like the tip of the spear almost.
And you got people out there playing Call of Duty with their little javelins. Guarantee you, if you were to tally or survey the average Call of Duty player, they probably don't even know what the hell a javelin is, even though they play Call of Duty and they have it in the game.
I remember it from Call of Duty 4, the Modern Warfare, a javelin.
I was definitely a javeliner. I hated people having UAVs. Fuck that.
No, I mean, UAVs are pretty much overrated now. Everybody uses them now. These little kids, they use them now because they don't even know anything about it. They're new to it. It's like with GTA 6. Their first game is probably going to be GTA 6 or GTA 5.
But yeah, this vessel here, Austin did a great job noticing this. This is a Greek. We looked it up. I can't remember exactly what kind of ship it's called, but it's a Greek. These are Greek people, and Greek equals 26, or Greece, one of the two.
Greece, yeah, Greece 26, yeah.
I think Olympics equals 26, I believe.
Oh yeah, right. That's right. And the Olympics are next year, isn't it? It's every 4 years.
They even got a javeliner here. So we talked about the You got a guy throwing a javelin and a guy shooting a javelin.
Yeah. And you got the whole war symbolism too, and it has a lot to do with war. And you got Trump there.
I thought this was really interesting. This whole freighter that has cannons hidden instead of the freight.
Isn't cannon
cargo? I think is 26 as well.
Yeah.
Is it? Yeah. Let's see. Let me see if
The cannon is 26. Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. No, Canon's 25. Oh, no. Wait. Yeah, you're right. Canon is 101 to 26 prime. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe it was something else that we had 26. Was it missile? Maybe I'm just thinking of missile.
You're right. Cargo is 26, most pure. Yeah. Cargo 26.
I think
101, 26 prime.
Was it wrist equals 26? You got this guy with the handcuffs on his wrist. I think fist as well equals 26.
I think cuffs or handcuffs is a 26. The wrist
26.
Fist is a 26, I think, too. I think fist.
No, fist is 27.
Okay.
27. Let's see. Handcuff. Let's see it. Handcuff. 37. Not quite.
I think it might have just been wrist. Or no, cuffs.
Cuff.
And think about what a cuff is, right? Think about the handcuffs. Like people don't realize this, but cuffs. If you bring them out, doesn't it make like a 33?
Yeah.
Police equals 33. See how clever they do that shit? Cuffing you by the police, cuffing you with handcuffs. That when you bring them out, it looks like a 33.
The sword's 26.
Yep.
Sword, yeah, you're right. Sword does equal 26.
But did we even look up what's cake? I didn't even think about that.
25. It's 88.
88, yeah.
88 and 25. Yeah, Trump equals 88 and 25. Candles is 58. Interesting.
Yeah,
50 and 41.
How many candles was there? 26 candles on there? Probably not. No. It's just it's just this.
But they're not doing gematria. They're really not doing gematria. I mean, that doesn't matter, because why would they code 26 all over this? I mean, it's organic, it's the work of Jesus.
Yeah, Jesus made the cover.
Yep. Jesus made the cover. There's no conspiracy here.
26. Can't remember if it was not ice cubes either. We had
42.
So what was it? Glass or glasses? No.
I think it was spilt glass or glass spill or spilling or something.
Well, you could look in the single reduction, and some of those words might equal 26.
Gotcha.
Some of them do. I tend to look at those because it is a real cipher. Oh, you have like 5 ciphers. Like single reduction is a real cipher. I've seen a lot of things hit with single reduction. And for anybody who's new out there, a single reduction is basically just taking S into account. You don't how you in reduction you break it down 2 times because it breaks down to 10. You don't break it down. You just leave it as is. So S would still be 10.
Was it glasses? No, I can't remember what it was. Anyway, that's not going to do anything. It doesn't have an S.
Logan, they're going to say you're trying to make anything equal anything now.
I am now. I'm going to say update all. I'm going to click all. Watch me.
Robot 26. The robot or robots.
Yeah.
Dog 26.
RoboCop. Don't be surprised if they have RoboCop coming into being a thing in 2026. I wouldn't be surprised.
With the Boston Dynamic dog things.
Yeah.
And of course you got the robot here, but yeah, I mean, those were deployed in Japan. They're not the Boston Dynamics ones, but they like borrowed from the patent that Boston Dynamics did, and they have like ones already out there that walk around and like enforce rules based on.
Well, did you see during the pandemic they had that going around too? These robo dogs.
Yeah. Stay in your house. It's like, bro, fuck. I mean,
and I was pointing, I'm like, look how dystopian this shit looks. You guys don't even realize this shit's like this is gonna come to
probably looking out their window saying cool.
Yeah, and I'll never forget. I mean, just now there's some restaurants are even starting to implement that too.
It's boxing 26.
Boxer.
Boxer. You're right.
Yeah, boxer.
Yeah, there's been so many deaths connected to boxing in 26.
Absolutely.
That's why boxer equals 26. I think the
Yeah,
ultimate
sports 26, athlete, skier 26.
Bryant 26. You know what? Speaking of Bryant, it equals 80 as well. Here we are in the 80th season of the NBA. 2026 will conclude the NBA season, the 80th NBA season. I wonder what they're going to do for the 81st NBA season. Probably pay more tribute to Kobe Bryant, because Kobe Bean Bryant equals 81. Remember, he scored his career high 81 in a 666 game. Mark of the Beast 81, like Kobe Bean Bryant. Of course, helicopter equals 666. Yep.
Yeah, this is very telling. We went in on this, and I'm sure you covered it as well.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Vote
these
26
things.
or voting 26 as
Vote.
well.
Yeah. They have the whole voting, the ballot, or yeah, it was. I think it was
Yeah.
vote.
Yeah, there's just a lot of 26
Voter equals 26.
Voter, yeah, that's what it is.
Like you mentioned, swords. Swords equals 26.
Swords, that's what it was. That sword, yeah. Swords, the plural is 26. Yeah.
So yeah, it's just like
I know knife equals 27. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Been a lot of rituals with knives and 27.
Melted ice.
Or
But yeah,
ice
I
cube
was
melting, maybe. Maybe it was
we were
ice
talking
cube.
about like what it even means though. Like why do they have so many pictures of like the ice and the ice melting too? So it's just like it's weird. Was it pills? What was the like pill related one that was 26?
COVID. I know COVID's 26.
Yeah, absolutely.
COVID. Remember Merck had the pills with 82 on them? That shit was hilarious.
Pills. Yeah, Merc.
Merck. Yeah, it was Merck.
Go grab my Merc.
Yeah, let me go get my Merck pills to Merck me. People don't even get that too. It's like, why is there a medicine brand called Merck? I mean, or pharmacy. Pharmacy actually means is Latin for pharmakia.
Brain equals 26. It has that
Yeah,
like
brain. Yeah.
Brain. Yeah.
Lots of good stuff.
There's probably a lot more. It'd probably take us like all night to decode it, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure there's more to it and there's some things we can't figure out what they are, what it's called, but I'm sure there's way more than what we even have came up with.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
Soccer. Was ball 26? No.
Athletes, what do you say?
Yeah, we had athlete.
Sport. Skier.
Ball game.
Oh, it's ball game 26? Oh, good shit.
Yep.
I don't think we had that one.
Yeah, I don't think we had that one either.
Yeah, ball game 20. I know that's because they had ball game, MLB, and all that.
I remember putting that in the Gematria before a ball game, but we don't think we said that for the thing.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that I forget too. That you know, I mean, like for instance, I mean, shit, I look at a lot of stuff too. And oh wait, did you?
Oh, sorry.
Never mind. Yeah.
I think that's the technical term. It might not be though.
Javelinier. It's 101
I can't.
for 26 prime.
Let me see if that's correct though.
Javelinier. I never heard of that term. I heard javelin.
Yeah, it is a javelinier.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Soldier. Isn't soldier 26?
I wouldn't doubt it. Soldiers.
Soldiers.
Was it Army 26? No. Shit.
Marine or Marines, maybe?
I don't know. Marine is 33. I know that. Marine equals 33. Most pure cipher too.
Marines 47.
And 79. Trump's. Oh, look at Marines.
I guess you would say the Marines. What?
Marines and Ukraine literally overlap in all ciphers.
Yep. Tariffs, Nirvana, and William. Yep.
Yeah.
Ukraine.
President.
Oh, yeah.
Tariffs. Yep.
Yeah.
It's another one.
Well, I wouldn't be excited to be a Marine and not expect to be deployed somewhere in that area. And don't expect Crimea to be brought up again too. They're not done with Crimea.
What a mockery of a name too. Crime media,
Exactly.
crime. Like, are you fucking serious? Have you seen people? You guys remember the Anthony Weiner thing? I remember that growing up. I remember hearing about that shit on the news. Anthony Weiner couldn't control his wiener.
I went down a little small rabbit hole. Soldier Fields. He's in the
Chicago.
Yeah, absolutely. But he's a member of the community. He's on Zach's channel, and he's often in the chat, and he hangs he comments on our stuff. He sent me down a little rabbit hole. I was trying to get my some research, or not research so much done, but like get our episode framed out for today. And I was reading his comment, and he talked about how the Beatles have a song called Number 9 or Revolution 9. If you have time, Richard, go listen to that shit. It is like, and try to find it backwards too, because there's a whole conspiracy about it. I still haven't gotten into it. I should, because it's very interesting. The whole song sounds like it's recorded backwards, and then audio's put over top of them of him just talking. It is the I want you to go, if you know any Beatles fans, be like, oh dude, you like that Revolution 9? That song's sick. And then just be like, huh? They'd probably be like, huh, I never heard of it.
Well, like
it's not a song.
My mom's a big Beatles fan. She actually likes
Ask her about it.
I hit her about. I think my dad mentioned that song to me at one time. He's like, "Yeah, play it backwards." I was like, "Since when is my dad talking about these things?" Like my dad, my pops was more. He didn't get this gematria stuff, but yeah, he was like, "Yeah, there's a lot of stuff you can play backwards." And I think there's another song out there too. If you play it backwards, it says Satan or Hail Satan.
Oh, there is, it was a practice to be sure. To record things backwards. And it also proves that people were doing things, in
reverse. It just proves our point about how they do shit in reverse, because most of these guys worship Aleister Crowley, who said do things in reverse. Do things forward is the way you do things in reverse.
Yep.
Which makes sense. Yep. I mean, it makes sense. He was into this gematria stuff too, so
a lot of people haven't heard about it's almost impossible to look up too, but the Philadelphia experiment. We're talking about Bryant. Have you ever heard about the Philadelphia? Have you heard about the Philadelphia experiment?
I actually haven't.
It was where like a naval, reportedly they made a naval ship disappear by doing like this ritual. It had to do with this Navy ship at the same time. Like Aleister Crowley, like put his son through this like rock that has like a hole in it, kind of like a Nordic symbol, like a rune symbol. Like it's like this. It's kind of like it's a non-pointy. What the fuck are those things called? Like at the Washington Monument, but it's rounded off and it has like a hole through it, kind of like how they gauge. Like you'll find them in like ruins where they're like gauging the sun, and the sun will pass through at a certain point. Well, like the Philadelphia experiment, you can find out all about the like American side of things, because it took place on the USS Philadelphia, I believe, the Navy ship. And but they say that the ship disappeared for like, I can't remember exactly how long, but and then came back. But on the British side of things, it was like that Aleister Crowley had passed his son through a rock, and it's impossible to like find out. Find information on this thing. I've heard it through like a secondary source, but yeah, that's an interesting thing to look up. It's very it's interesting, but yeah, Aleister Crowley is he's one of those figures that they make larger than life for a good for their reasons. But that's not to take away from, it's like Albert Pike.
Yeah.
The
Pope of Masonry,
yeah, exactly. These people, it's just like, it's in the same breath, it's like fucking Napoleon and Hitler, and they use these like humongous, larger than life like characters to explain all like so much of everything. And it's just that if you live out your whole life, the world is not ran by one person, or these large events are not done by just one person. But they'll attribute it to mostly one person just to kind of like control the narrative.
Yeah, controlled opposition, real thing too.
So we got a little sidetracked because the whole Aleister Crowley playing music backwards. But speaking of that number 9 thing, And so I'm
Well,
looking up.
nine represents completion too. So
Interestingly enough, Paul McCartney, I believe it's Paul McCartney, it's one of the main
yeah,
founders. He goes on to explain that they made that song because they were found on the ninth, and they were picked up by EMI on the ninth, and maybe even something to do with Yoko Ono on the ninth, and some other stuff. There's
yeah,
just so many nines and blah blah blah. So I think that's quite interesting.
right.
Just the fact that they're acknowledging numerology in a sense. But then
Oh, no doubt about
also,
it.
did you know that their agent, their very first agent, was the one that found them's name was Brian Epstein,
No, I didn't
and
know that.
he's apparently of no relation to
Jeffrey.
Jeffrey Epstein, but Brian Epstein got his money from his parents, absorbing his parents' enterprise of real estate. Very interesting. That's very, very similar. And then, but what did Brian Epstein go on to do? Oh, he became a talent manager. So
Yeah.
real estate and talent management. I wonder if there's any other Epsteins with that portfolio. Anyway,
Yeah.
so he would do the, funny enough, the Brian Epstein, he would host the British version of like the Teen Idol Awards,
Right.
which kids and
Yeah,
talent
a lot of
agencies.
parallels. A lot of parallels to Jeffrey.
Interesting. But yeah, there's it goes on and on. He owned this thing called the Seville Theater, and it was spelled differently. But
Yeah.
if you know about, was it Jerry Seville, or he was one of the most famous British personalities who, after his death, or I think right before he died, but then after his death, it came out a lot about sexual assault to
Yeah, I heard
minors
about
and
that,
boys
yeah.
and stuff like
He
that.
was a TV show guy, right?
Yeah. Really ugly, creepy dude that was just a
Yeah.
billionaire. So it's like you had to put
Yeah.
up with it kind of deal. But it's just funny that this Brian Epstein owned the Seville Theater. There are just so many weird parallels. I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? This Epstein character's no relation,
Well,
has the same portfolio.
Yeah, they probably say, the eerie coincidences.
And he died by, they say, accidental suicide.
Just like
Yep. Well,
that's like,
bro,
it's like, do people not even see this shit? I mean, well, then you gotta realize people don't even look into shit. They don't even want to look into anything. They want to. And you think everything's a conspiracy? It's like conspiracies are a real thing. These things happen every day.
Yeah, shout out to Soldier Fields for the little tangent he sent me on, because those are really fun to do. Just one thing after another. So hopefully you hear this part and maybe you even look into it more, but
right,
because it was creepy to say the least. I mean, I've never liked the Beatles. I don't like their music. I don't even know really what is that much to like. I'm not trying to hate. I just personally, I don't know. I mean, and I'm not like a hater of oldies either. I love a lot of oldies. I hung out with my grandma a lot, listening to oldies, and it's
I like oldies too. I like Motown, that type of deal. But yeah, the Beatles, I never really got into their music. Their music is more, not gonna lie, it's more dark. It's a little bit too dark.
Especially that number 9 song. It's fucking crazy weird.
I think that's probably the song my dad was telling me about. Yeah, to play it in reverse.
Yeah, absolutely, because it says something about like dead.
I don't know what it was, but he told me, play it backwards. I was like, how the hell does my dad know about that? But he probably came across it himself. So
Turn me on, dead man. That's what it says. And they're saying it's foreshadowing Paul McCartney. Or
what's his name?
John Lennon. John Lennon, yeah.
John Lennon, yeah.
There's a lot of people that say also that there's quite a few conspiracies with Beatles. Let's not get into it right this. Maybe I store it for another time, because honestly, they're one of the most iconic. Elvis, Beatles. Into the newer age. Obviously, Austin talks, me talk a lot about Nirvana, and these people are Tupac. These are I call Cobain white Tupac. I guess in that vein you could call Tupac black Cobain, but these people are used as larger than life
Characters. Yeah, characters.
Yeah, Kobe.
Kobe, yep. Jordan.
Especially in music, they love. And then you have the Amy Winehouse.
Amy Winehouse, yeah.
Yeah. And Amy Winehouse is almost a reprisal of Austin, who come on, the 27 Club chick. Janis
Joplin. Yep.
Joplin. Yeah. Yeah, Janis Joplin. Yeah, that's another thing too. We don't even question, like, why is there a 27 Club? Like,
known too. It's known.
Yeah, exactly. It's known.
Acknowledged.
How did people, see that? Like, okay, 27 Club. All these people just happen to die at age 27. And then when you learn gematria, it's that ritual equals 27. It's like, come on, man. Do people not realize that?
Kurt Cobain dead on 4/5. Ritual equals 4/5. Lane Staley dead on 4/5. The 95th day of the year. Jesuits formed December 27th, leaving 95 days left in the year. It's all there.
Exactly. And they can show the normie that, and they'd probably be like, "Come on, bro. You think
was Cobain a Jesuit?"
Oh yeah, just like that asshole there. When I know when Zach went down to what was it, the March for Our Lives protest, and that asshole was like, I guess Zach was asking this guy about how you think it's a coincidence that on on the 95th day of 1968, Martin Luther King was assassinated. 1 year to the day of him giving his speech about silence, a time to break silence.
Mm-hmm.
And this asshole, this Ashkenazi Jew, he's like, I was born on my grandmother's birthday, so it doesn't mean my grandmother's a Jesuit. It's like, are you serious right now? What kind of question is that?
And obviously this person has no understanding about by the way, do you know how much of a split there is in the Black religious and political communities over MLK and Malcolm X as well, but also
I'll say this: I guarantee most of them are part of some kind of
Farrakhan.
All of them.
Sorry.
Yeah,
but yeah, there's a huge split. There's what are they called? The ones that CT is always a black
yeah.
fundamental
Black Americans.
That's yeah.
The FBA's, yeah.
But yeah, FBS. And then so it's just so funny, FBI. But
yeah, exactly.
It was a huge FBI fucking conspiracy. So and CIA, yeah. But if you know, but you know about the whole marching him out onto the balcony of that hotel, that podunk hotel that none of them should have been at, really. Well, and how they Garvey.
I heard is that even before MLK died, they were kind of rehearsing it, So I mean, I should just say right there, was it planned? Was it planned? Obviously it was, but
go down the line to the Reagan assassination attempt, and me and Austin have shown the pictures of where it was a big photo op. You literally have crowds of people just waiting to take photos, and they'll say, "Oh, there was to see Reagan and everything," but no. You have to talk about. I'm talking about how they were posed, and we went through these. This is very early on.
JFK's assassination was the same thing.
Exactly. It was a huge photo. I mean, guys, if you slow that shit down, that is a wild ass Not to say
I guarantee you that's a plastic dummy in the car. I guarantee it.
It's definitely interesting. But either way, there's a lot to talk about with that. Why she reacted the way she did, why the drivers reacted the way they did, why I think it was what's her face's mom who was also with them, or there was an older lady sitting with them as well. I can't remember who relative it was, whether it was Jackie O's mom or something like that. But the way they reacted, and just the way right before then the passenger seat driver, the front passenger seat driver, turned around, and there's a whole heap of thing. It goes right in connection with the whole Princess Diana had to go into the tunnel. I can't see shit.
Can't see shit. What's going on? But obviously, she's just dead. I mean, it's and then you point that out to people, and it's their brains just automatically turn off. They're like, oh.
And then that's combined with Michael Jackson. It's people don't even know those things that she was supposedly having an affair with Michael Jackson.
Yeah, and then it came out what supposedly rumors started that he was like some kind of child diddler or whatever.
Exactly.
Even though there's no really proof of that, but now they're saying he's connected to Jeffrey Epstein. I mean, come on.
Oh yeah, they got the pictures. It's like they'll tell you, oh no, that guy getting the blood tape put on him, that's AI. But look at this Michael Jackson with Jeffrey Epstein. It's just like, how do you know any of this isn't like what it is? And by the way,
Right.
this is all
We
to
live in
say
the
that
AI.
one of the biggest like world nationwide, one of the biggest nationwide stories about like kidnapping. What was that little girl's name?
Melody Buzzard? Is that who you're talking about?
No. This was a big story back in like oh my god, you'll know it as soon as I say it. Biggest or say little blonde girl kidnapped. It's like 90s.
Oh, John Benet Ramsey.
Yes, absolutely. John Benet Ramsey. Do you know that almost every photo of her it was altered?
Yeah.
This is way back in the day. Almost every single photo was either copied from the same photo or completely fabricated. And this was way back before it was Photoshop.
Yeah, this is
so they've been doing this shit for a long time.
This was before this person's not exist.com even existed.
Exactly.
So. Yeah. That should show you right there. They've been doing this shit for a long time.
Like, who's to say that person even ever existed? And the whole, it was all, you know, like think about the OJ trial of the century, and like think about, you know, the drama that they got out of John Benet Ramsey's parents. You know, they were victim or they were guilty number. You know, they were like, was it them? Right. It was like a movie for months.
What's that other one too? Jodi Arias, I think that's what her name was. That was a big story too back in 2012.
Jodi Arias. I'm not sure. I might remember.
Yeah, that was like a big story back in 2012.
I know one of the biggest stories was the chick who cut her husband's dick off, and they supposedly found it on the side of the road along the highway and were able to reattach it. Homeboy becomes a porn star.
Oh yeah.
Like, all right, dude, I'm done.
About that. Yeah. Yeah. Travis Alexander. Let me see. Oh, June 4th of all days, really? Come on, man.
May 8th too was
Freemason.
She was convicted.
Freemasonry. Yeah, Freemasonry.
Also the Rosicrucian date too, so that's just interesting.
Mm-hmm. Travis, I never decoded this story. I remember hearing about it. I should have decoded it.
Well, Arius,
that's Aries too. Think about it, Aries.
Yeah, absolutely. God of War too, but
yep.
I know it means like white as well, or it's attributed with white.
Yeah.
Oh, you in the plural too. Arias, yeah, that is. If you say aria, that is it's like alto aria. It's like musical definitions, like the bass. Like if you get an a cappella group, you have an aria in the group.
Yeah. A solo voice, interesting. Yeah, that is interesting.
Can't be a couple with you can't have an aria with two people. You got to get rid of one of them.
And is that what the story is about? Isn't that what it's about? Somebody killing their significant other.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I got.
Maybe he was singing in the shower. Like, hey, I'm the only singer. I'm the aria.
86 of them.
Yep.
Yeah, I gotta look back at that Jodi. I remember hearing about that back in the days. I'm like, oh my god, are you serious? People actually believed it too, because there was really no proof. You didn't really get any proof.
Of course, you had, another big story was I think back, relatively one after another too, or at least when they came out, you had the Chris Benoit,
right,
thing where he killed his whole family, and that's just like a whole joke where they were able to draw it out with their little in-show commercials that they always do in wrestling, or not commercials, but like, he was like, my family won't be able to watch tonight, something like that. But
yeah, it was weird too, because before Chris Benoit died, like right before that, They had Mr. McMahon fake his death on an episode I was watching.
Really?
Yeah, Mr. McMahon got in a limousine and it
Wow.
exploded when he
Wow.
got in and closed the door. This was like right before Chris Benoit died, and then people were thinking Mr. McMahon died, and like they were like
Right.
kind of acting like he was and stuff, and then like Chris Benoit died right after it. This was
You
like
see
all
what
like
I
two
mean?
months after
Yeah.
the Michael Vick stuff came out too. It was like Michael Vick in April, Chris
Yeah.
Benoit in June. I think Mr. McMahon thing was in June with the limousine.
You see what I mean? It's like they put this shit out there for people, and people just like, they mention that to somebody, and they automatically just they don't even care about this. Like, well, who cares? It's like, obviously these people do because they obviously foreshadow it. But it wasn't Vince McMahon who died. It's like, okay, but somebody connected to his organization died. I mean, is that not weird? I
So
mean,
then you have the Chris Benoit, then you have the Chris Watts. Do you remember that one where they killed his wife
yeah,
and
they
son
had a
and
whole series
put him in
about it.
the oil barrels? Yeah, that was in California.
They put it on Netflix
Or
on March
just
8th
to
or
say
38.
Colorado.
Yeah, the 38th state, Colorado 38.
Yep.
And Benoit originally
Watts.
from Canada,
like
but he was
Watts.
living in Georgia. Georgia
No,
44, like kill.
like Watts. Think about it. Watts like energy.
Yep.
Energy equals 38. Watts equals 38 and 83.
Oh wow, yeah, good shit.
I mean, for the average American, they probably think that's all a conspiracy.
But this was a huge show because for the longest time he was assumed innocent of it, and he was pleased. Yeah, I don't not. This is just giving you guys the story. I don't know any about this or whether or not it's real or anything like that.
It looked like a hoax. I'm sorry. I'm just gonna say
It was made for TV because
Yeah.
even before anything came out, any kind of
Right.
information came out, he was like the star of television for like months, where they were just everybody mourned for this guy and felt bad for him, and or on TV at least they made it seem that way until it became a huge 60 minutes like expose finally.
Yeah, it also was on Netflix for a thing too. They had
Of
the
course.
family murders, but yeah,
Of course, he died at 34.
38. I mean, just jokes, man. These numerological
And even the two kids, 4 and 3, like 43, 34.
Yep.
killing 38 and 43. But yeah, I mean, and Colorado also equals 43 and 38. So 38 state and order statehood. That's why there's a lot of killing rituals in not Florida too, but in
Colorado.
Funny enough, Florida and Colorado actually equal the same thing, 43 and 38.
Let's put that up here for people.
Yeah, Florida.
And speaking of Florida, you got the Mar-a-Lago meeting with Zelensky right now.
You know what's funny about that? I know Zach probably didn't put it in his notes, but today is a span of 177 weeks after the Mar-a-Lago raid on 8/8. And the Jesuit order is 177 and 201, like Donbass region. So there's probably something to that. But yeah, the 177 201 thing. Yeah, Colorado and Florida, yeah, literally overlap. Yep, 38 and 43.
I wonder if there's just like clear divides from all these stories that we could hone in on. Maybe even to be able to predict the next big like made for TV months-long drama, like killing drama. Because the last one was like the van murders, right? Gabby Petito or whatever.
That was one of them. Yeah, Gabby.
Brian
Petito,
Laundrie.
Yeah, brainwash, and small talk. And think about when that was making the rounds. It was the same time that Afghanistan's government found the Jesuit order's 487th birthday, which is the 93rd prime, and Afghanistan's a 93 international dialing code. They're not doing Gematria. Yeah, they are.
And there was so much predictive programming too, because they injected that van life bullshit into the like ethosphere like a year before that to make it extremely popular. Like you had all sorts of streamers doing it, like buying a van and renovating it, or people with money. But it also became like a YouTube niche. Like in YouTube, it's a huge thing, buying like a van and making it into which, by the way, I'm not hating on it. I'd do it if I could.
Yeah, but I hate anybody who does that. I mean, shit. There's a time and place where I even thought about getting an RV and living in it. So it's cheaper than getting an apartment.
Yep.
I said, for anybody out there that actually wants to live on their own, hey, save some money up, get an RV.
Now's the time, because most states aren't doing shit about it either. You can park anywhere. There's like you get leeway everywhere nowadays. I think back in the day there was a lot more management of this kind of thing, but like not right now. Like right now, especially if you're like a clean and you're just trying to do it. I'm not trying to hate too much on like homeless people, but it's just like the cycle of RVs just burning down and being left everywhere. It's just like wild to me. It's like, yo, can I get an RV?
That's all part of the agenda too. They don't want people in RVs. They want people in these smart cities.
Right.
True. Or dead. Me and Austin talk about this. Like it's somebody's job to sweep these dead people off the street that die for whatever reasons. And it's just like, I wonder what the total's getting up to be, especially because me and Austin were talking about this time last year. We were literally talking about how the winter's going to sweep them up again.
Yep.
Well, look at all the celebrity deaths. I mean, literally, like I was telling Zach the other day, I was like, if you had to bet money on the amount of people that die around this time, it's every year is like this. Last year was like this. The year before that, it was like that. This year's the same thing. You got a lot of deaths. You had the first to start off with Greg Biffle, then it went to the Lion King actress, and then it was the Big Brother actress dead, and then now you have Don.
We should start a Deadpool.
Huh?
We should start a Deadpool.
That's basically.
By the way, homeboy better watch his back. I don't think he's gonna have his way. Ryan Reynolds is definitely. He knows it. Marvel.
Doesn't Ryan Reynolds equal the same thing as Jesuit Order?
Very possibly. He's got that Mint Mobile being in everybody's face.
62. That's interesting.
It might be his full name, but I also might have spelled it wrong. Let's double check.
Yeah, he has that Mint Mobile commercial. I don't know if it's Mint Mobile that equals 144. There's something about him that equals 144 that I know that.
There's a big 201 ritual they did last year with them. It was something stupid, and it wasn't like on topic for what we normally cover, but it came about. I don't know how I found out about it, but it had to do with his wife and like a movie she did with this other guy who ended up suing her, and his name equals 201, and his like. I think his agency equals 201.
I believe Zach. Maybe he covered that. I'm not too sure.
Oh, did he? I must have missed it because I like. It's definitely not something that was like on brand. It was kind of annoying because it's obviously like this chick flick.
Yeah, corny.
Which is weird too because it's like about assault and like surviving a guy who's like overbearing.
Well, I mean, what's the thing right now with men and women battle of the sexes? That's a huge thing right now.
The ultimate divide right now, yep.
And here's the thing: I'm not saying that we're all equal in each ways. We're all equal in each ways. Like I said, all women are probably not as strong as men. That's scientifically fact. Not women are not as strong as men, but I mean, we are equal. We're both humans. We both bleed the same way. Yeah, we may have different parts. As far as like gender and having genitals and women having a vagina, but I mean, still,
we're equal in like. Well, I shouldn't have started saying before.
What is Mint? I'm curious. What is Mint Mobile equal? I'm curious because I know he used to do those. He used to do the ads with Mint Mobile.
He still does.
40. Oh, look at that. 112. 112.49 like mathematics. Catholicism is 112. 158.59 Freemasonry.
Yep. That's what I was looking at.
Yeah. Funny, Freemasonry does equal 67 too in single reduction. Here we are on episode 67.
With everybody yelling 6'7", so that's no doubt. Good shit. I don't know why I didn't. I was just so caught up in the ritual thing.
George Washington also died at age 67. He was a Mason.
It's also shuffling of like 76, which is like
secret society. You know what's funny? Secret society in that same cipher does equal 76. The reflection is 67.
Funnily enough, have you seen that's like the other side of that meme? Is like a guy in like a revolutionary outfit doing the 7'6" meme instead of 6'7". So
I've seen that.
Funny.
Reflections. See, that's the thing, my guy. Like you can point that out. Like look at
the why do they do that? Yeah.
It's like you can point out like okay, they're doing a reshuffling of 6'7" and putting it 76, and then when you talk about like like the news and shit like that, like how it's all scripted this way, and so this number is a reflection of that. People will say, no, that's a stretch. Come on, you're reaching there because you're trying to, it's like, how's that a reach? But you'll say that, 76 is the same as 6'7". I mean, You see what I mean? It's like double standards. Double standards.
Yeah, it's like there's the 59, 95, 59, 95. It's just like you see this stuff all the time, and it's like,
Right.
oh no, that's not what it is. See, it's 59. It's not 95. It's like no, the numbers are literally right there. They're mirroring each other. It's the reflection.
Exactly. Exactly. Um, speaking of 59 and 95 coming together, if you want to look it up, there was a ritual they did. I think it was a couple years ago. It was back in 2022. One of the former basketball players ended up dying. I think his name was Adrian Payne. He spells it with the E instead of an A. And his name literally equals 59, and his full name equals 95. Like how he died on
Michigan
95.
State.
Yeah. So is
The
it
day
eight?
before Kurt Cobain's birthday. Interesting, 91.
Yeah, look, yeah, he did. Look at that. Yeah, he did die on May 9th, 59 or 95. Yeah. And what's funny about
Fitting.
you write out his full name, Adrian D'Angelo Payne, it equals 95, and then just and Adrian Payne alone equals 59. Like he dies on 9-5 or 5-9. And of course, yeah.
Yeah.
And then if you just take out the D'Angelo part, it's 59. Like he dies on May 9th, 5-9 or 9-5.
67 as well.
211 is also the 47th prime masonry. But yeah, I remember that. That's a classic ritual.
What was it? Was it T Wolves? Or I might be wrong. Yeah, I'm thinking of something else then.
Timberwolves.
Is it Timberwolves?
Or Minnesota Timberwolves?
So
No, it's
93. Maybe that's what
93.
I was thinking of. Yeah.
Funny because speaking of 93 in Minnesota, Minnesota's located Minneapolis, Minnesota is located on the 93rd meridian. If you write out Minneapolis, Minnesota equals 93. Minnesota Timberwolves 93. Just a couple of weeks ago, they became 93, and that was a great prediction that they were playing against the Suns. I called that out before it happened, and I said, "Yeah, think about it, playing the Phoenix Suns." They said the Suns 93 million miles away. Yeah, I mean, just right there, there it is.
Saturn's associated with the sun. They say it was like our first sun was Saturn.
Yeah. Just the way they do this stuff is, I believe I even have an old post on Adrian Payne. I believe so. I've covered a lot of stuff over the years, so it's kind of hard to keep up with everything. But yeah.
Well, moving into the, with this being our last show before the calendar new year where everybody makes, fake resolutions.
Right.
What's one of your, do you, whether you do that or not, well, let's just, play along. What's a resolution you have for this next year? I know you have been, putting in the work, and I know there's, some negative sentiment around the attraction that we're able to pull with this kind of knowledge and this kind of speaking out. But besides that, or, never mind, not just besides that, but, what's a resolution? It doesn't have to be even about gematria or the work you do either, but what's something you got going on?
I say going to the gym more. I mean, I've kind of been slacking on that. I used to go to the gym when I was in high school. I stopped. That stopped because obviously I got out of school and I stopped. But I'd say that I started going there probably during the new year, trying to take advantage of these deals here. Especially
Sure.
Planet Fitness. But if anybody doesn't know, I used to actually play football, and they used to have a gym at our school. We used to have a gym, and they used to have a weight thing and stuff like that. I used to lift weights actually. Doing pretty good up until I ended up getting kicked out of school, and I had to move. But I mean, shit. That's one resolution that I want to do is get more back into the gym and start, getting my weight up. You know what I mean? As far as toning the body, if you will. But yeah, that's one of my resolutions, and I've kind of
Hey,
stuck.
that's great for your age too, because you're still young. So I mean, you have
Yeah.
you still have time to still. I mean, like me, I'm still like kind of still improving and going up too in a way. But as you
Right.
get older too, I mean, it gets harder to. The only thing
Lose,
like
yeah.
it's harder to recover from things as you get older. Like when you're in your
Right.
teens and your 20s, it's easier to recover from things. You hit your 30s, it
Right.
starts to become hard to like overcome things, and like injuries and health problems and things can really start
Right.
adding up. And
Right.
and everyone's different too. Some people, they just some people, they just hit a wall. Some people are able to continue longer than others. But yeah, that's a great thing. You're still pretty decently young.
Right.
So
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, your health at the point of your life right now, I mean, that would be definitely, because that's what I'm trying to do right now, to make sure I'm, healthy and not really getting injured and getting messed up, and
Right.
trying to be in tip top shape for the times ahead. I mean, that's what you want to be. You're not gonna
Yeah.
win a war, win a fight when you're, all broken, busted up in pieces, and don't have your,
Yeah.
they always say if you don't have your
Yeah.
health, you don't got anything. So
Right. Exactly. Yeah. So that's one of the things I have, and another thing too is just resolution. I know it's not gonna happen, but more people wake up to what's going on, man. Like how people how we're literally getting mocked every day. I say that every year. It should be my resolution, for everybody to just wake the fuck up. You know what I mean? Just see how you're being mocked. Obviously, I know it's probably a long shot because nobody really wants. They just want to stay comfortable in their little comfort zone, but that has to change. That has to change right
yeah.
there. People need to. That should be a lot of people's resolutions to wake up. Not even just not as far as just me myself, but just as far as everybody else. That should be the resolution to wake up in 2026.
Yeah, it's not going to get any easier. It's only going to get harder. And
Right.
we've talked about too in your stream. But when I was in there the other night too, we're talking about just the cost of living going up, how hard it is to find a job, how hard it
Right.
is to make good money and make money and do things, and
Exactly.
how difficult. I mean, everything's just become impossible. They have to make everything so impossible and so hard. Like this is the point I always make: is this isn't life. This isn't what life's supposed to be.
No,
This
it's
isn't.
not. There's
And
way
that
more
until
to life.
people stop
Right.
getting out of, oh, that's just life. That's how life is. The more people say that, and they continue to say that, the more things are never going to change. That's
Exactly.
what's got to change, is people's attitude and mentality towards life and how things are. There has to be
Right.
a massive shift in that area.
Right.
All
Right.
right, Austin, what about you, buddy?
Uh, I'd say definitely, like I said, try and have just try and get more, stay healthy this year, and just try and build just whatever I can, just get things going. Just like I said, finding ways to, and like what I said, it's not easy to make money and try and do things, and try and get ahead, if you will, and stay afloat. It's just getting harder and harder, but definitely trying to get just more either jobs or income or side hustles or businesses, whatever I can find and get, and just try and get just more people. We talk about this channel and trying to either get people on here and try and uh, reach people or get people on and stuff. Like I said, I still want to try and see if we can hit anybody pretty good in the next few months, 3 months, and kind of just take it from there. And by the time the real New Year shows up, by the time April, I think we're already looking at things from a different lens at that point. I definitely think that I think we're all going to be a different spot come a year or two from now. I think things will for sure all look a lot different and be a lot different. But yeah, I would just like to see, yeah, like King was saying, just either people wake up or more people do stuff with this channel. There has to be some kind of just that alarm clock in your head going off, where people they have to want to do something. They have to want to make a change. They have to want to fight back, adapt, work together, build together something. There's got to be some way we can rock the boat in a way where we just find either, I don't know, the right people. Like I said, I'm trying to reach people in person, the gym, wherever I can, to see who's maybe susceptible or who you can even have a conversation with. But there's just got to be a change in society. Like this year, I feel like this year, America, and from my perspective, from what I've seen, is everyone seems like they've really fallen off socially. We've really collapsed socially. I feel like, especially this year, there should have been a lot more coming together and uniting, instead of people just being in their own little alleyways and stuff. I mean, like I said, that we were talking about the other episode, where all these preppers and people living out in the woods and being all isolated and this lone wolf mentality, it's not going to get us anywhere. I mean, there's more of us than there are of them. We have to work together. We have to come together. We have to be one to the best of our abilities, because if we're all just gonna oh, I'm gonna go live out in the woods of Minnesota with my AR and my AK and just wait for the end of days and wait for the end of times and just prep, and I mean, what's that really going to do? I mean, and if you survive, what world are you going to come out into? So there has to be, I know a lot of people, they want to leave, get out of the country. I understand that, and I get that too, and I definitely see where people are coming from. But overall, I mean, that's, in the long term, long game, it's not going to make a difference anyways at the end. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, for me personally, like I said, just try and have a healthy year and figure out my life and try and get things going. Uh, and hopefully, like I said, I mean, I'm not like expecting anything big with the channel. Like it's, King was on episode 15 last year. We haven't had any new guests this year. I Who knows what's going to happen in this year, but I mean, with AI and censorship and shadow banning, all that stuff, I mean, that's not going to get any better either. So I would just like to make the most of the time we have on here for however much time we have left, and hopefully, like I said, anything's possible in 2026. But yeah, you look at that Economist cover and you look ahead. Yeah, it doesn't look pretty. It doesn't look good. And we're like I said, we're just so deep in the game right now. So I mean, if I could just see some kind of fight and will with humanity, that people are gonna do something or give her a kick in the ass, something to that effect, and then just like I said, whatever I can do personally, because I mean, we all have things to improve on and areas in our life to do better, and hopefully this next year it's we see some kind of light of something. I mean, who knows where we're gonna be, but I just like I said, it's not going to be like 2025, and we all have to make changes to stay afloat, because it's not like I said, it's going to keep getting harder. And yeah, other than that, I mean, I'd say that's pretty much it. I think, like I said, like I said, health is wealth, and if you don't have your health, you don't got anything. So I think everyone's got to prioritize that for the times ahead.
Well put. Yeah, as far as myself, I hate to be a parrot here, but definitely I completely agree with that, because the number one thing on my mind is, as well, is being more ambitious isn't the right word, but steadfast, I guess, is a better word, in carrying out like a exercise routine and things of that nature. Because I think my biggest problem is mental, and just maintaining a desire and will to see the change in my body, that or to, without seeing the immediate change, being able to envision it, something to work towards. Because my hardest thing, it's not like I'm instant gratification for everything. It's just, for whatever reason, my brain can't hold the willpower to continue on things. I'm too good at making excuses, and I need to quell that in order to really push to get into decently good shape, headed into my close to my 40s already. So it just like this life, it ain't gonna get any easier for me. So best thing I could do is set myself up for the future. Of course, I have kids, so that's always one of a driving factor. But yeah, other than that, when it comes to the channel, I think one thing for me specifically, handling most of the channel ins and outs and things of that nature, I do want to challenge myself to work on different content. I've done a few things here and there, like your Austin's archives. I think I could have done a lot better with that, or been more consistent with that, because I meant to be, I wanted to be, and rather than do it, I found ways to not do it. And so just maybe diversifying how we put out content, as well as maintaining our weekly show, having other types of videos. Because without going too far into it, I understand that there's tiers to like videos, and that long form videos or weekly videos, they can do well, but they're generally not going to perform as well as content that goes multi times a week content type of videos. So that'd be a good challenge, is to at least get a couple different types of videos out a week, or something of that nature. Also pushing, depending on how our schedules, even if you weren't able to make it or something of that nature, maybe being open to doing a live stream where I just like go over some headlines, or something that maybe even keep it on theme, like have a separate type of thing to keep on theme, just so we have a diversified thing, like thing to our channel rather than just the weekly show, as much as I, 100% enjoy doing it. But just to, push myself to at least learn something different and do it while I still have enjoyment. The last thing I want to have happen is me somehow get jaded to doing YouTube with you, because it's all it is really something I enjoy doing with you. So I'd hate to have a negative sentiment about it at any point, right? So now's the time to challenge myself and try to do more to reach more ears. So like Rich said, we can wake these people the fuck up.
Yeah, facts, man. People need to wake. You know what? Speaking of, before I end off here, did you guys hear about the shooting in Chicago, the mass shooting that happened earlier today in the morning?
No.
Yeah. Again, if you look it up, put up on your screen, it's just more mockery. Today's the 235th day of the Pope being installed, and supposedly the shooting happened at 2:35 in the morning. And of course, the Society of Jesus equals 235. Of course, we just talked about how the Chicago Bears, they got tied up 35-35. Of course, Chicago equals 35. Supposedly a 35-year-old
Hubbard Street.
Yeah, and just, I mean, just more mockery by the cabal, but yeah, again,
Also LaSalle, which is a Jesuit, so that's funny.
yeah, it's Catholic. I mean, supposedly it's happening in the 400 block or four
Oh, it's De
people.
La Salle, not Jesuit. Okay, my bad.
Yeah, and again, the Society of Jesus 235, 235th day of the Pope, who's from Chicago, in his area, is getting a mass shooting. But today's also 105 days after his birthday, and Porsche in gematria, Porsche equals 105. They're saying this was a green Porsche, and don't forget the word green equals 49. The Chicago Bears were playing the 49ers. Think about it. How they sync this shit up with news and sports.
I think that's a Cayenne as well. Let's see
Yeah.
what's Cayenne equal. Ugly ass cars, bro. $67.
Speaking of that,
Yeah.
The devil, 67. There you go. Interesting.
55.
That would be like Vatican. 227 is the 49th prime.
They were tied up at 35-35 for 70 points too. But
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, now it's 80 points. They got tied for 80.
Yeah, 80 now. Yeah.
Satan 80. The Church of Satan in San Francisco. Satanic also equals 122, like KN alone. 122 San Francisco, located on the 122nd meridian. 42 days before the Super Bowl. The N-word equals 42. But yeah, I mean there it is right there. Supposedly a 35-year-old man was shot multiple times. 35, Chicago 35.
oh, is that a Cayenne though? Oh, okay. Maybe I'm wrong though. Actually,
It's
it was like a quick picture of it, and then now it's like it looked like a Cayenne, and then the picture went away. And
numbers out on that license plate though, but yeah, this happened at two. The key details there. It happened at 2:35 in the morning on the 235th day of the Pope being installed. The Society of Jesus 235. I mean, 35 minutes after the hour as well. Chicago 35. I mean, are you serious? Catholic 35. LaSalle. I mean, do we even need any more proofs right there that that's the Jesuits doing this shit? Why would the Jesuits want to do this? Oh, and people every time I say that, people always come to the conclusion I'm talking about a Jesuit priest. Yeah, so they're saying a Jesuit priest is going to go up there and shoot some people up. You don't think these people don't have a network or somebody that they just pay somebody to go up there at the right time and go and do it? You don't think that they could do that? Because they could. People have a hit squad.
and how much
are
media
everywhere.
do you need to see with these like sleeper cell type people that can be activated and
Exactly. Yeah, MK Ultra is a real thing too. You know, people can employ people. Hey, you're gonna go on this, or how about this? Even get somebody close to the person that they're trying to target and maybe kill them. Pay them with money. Money controls people. We know this is true.
Yep.
Money controls people. People will do some outlandish shit for money. So, and really,
The root of all evil.
in this society, you don't really have to pay people much. They'll go out and do it for about $10,000, $5,000. Shit, the lowest would be $500.
Yeah.
So, I mean, people say, "Oh, how could they do this?" I mean, it's pretty obvious. They can pay somebody to go do it. But you gotta love
Yeah,
how
think about it. We're living in desperate times too. Desperate times, desperate measures, desperate people. They'll do it.
exactly, and you gotta love how ABC7 Chicago, they had to put their article out there at 3:28 in the 3:28 in the afternoon on the 28th of the month. I mean, really, and the word kills 28. The story's about killing. I mean, this stuff's a joke. This stuff goes on. I mean, all kinds of shootings happen in Chicago, but you're only hearing about this one. Why? Because it's a ritual. That's why. But yeah, this stuff is it's surface level stuff like this. And then 2:35. I mean, why even report that 2:35 in the morning? And this is obviously synced up.
Okay, I think it is a Cayenne, like a new model Cayenne. It looks like this one.
I can't make out the license plate on it. It's kind of stupid how I
It
can't make.
kind of looks like 322. Honestly, I zoomed it. Maybe not 322, but there's definitely 22. It's like something 22, something 2.
Oh no, yeah.
I would maybe look up what a standard Chicago license plate looks
You know
like.
what's fucked up, guys? Is every time in one of these stores they always say anyone with information is asked to call the 1-800 number. Oh yeah, like that's really gonna do anything.
Right.
Yeah, we're gonna call the 1-800 number. Like, come on, man. We know who's behind the rituals. I mean, seriously.
No, it's a different type of license. Anyway,
It's like those Amber Alerts you get on your phone. It's like, yeah, we're all gonna catch this person. We're all gonna be able to do this. Yeah, he's somewhere in Washington. He's somewhere. This license plate, this car. But yeah, I'm gonna see it. I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna get him. I'm gonna call it in.
And who's to even say that some of these cars? I mean, who's to say that's even real? I mean,
Right.
obviously we don't know. I mean, obviously I wasn't there, but I mean, seriously, I mean, this stuff goes on all the time, man. And again, Porsche equals 105. Today's 105 days after the Chicago Pope's birthday. And yeah, Porsche equals 105. I mean, they got to make that a part of the story.
It looks like it's a Porsche Macan. Okay.
Macan, huh?
Yeah, that's definitely a better fit than. That's a Macan.
There's a 911 Porsche out there too.
That's Porsche 911. Yep.
Yeah. But I mean, just the key details there are just, again, Chicago Bears also equals 71 and 91, like the Society of Jesus. They're playing the 49ers. You know what I mean? Yeah, I mean, just this stuff is surface level shit. People don't get it. What do you mean? What is it? What do you mean it has to do with the Pope? And then you just show them how they do it with the Pope, and they just still deny it. You got 5 ciphers up there. You can make anything equal anything. You can just make anything fit your narrative. When this is quite literally a system.
It's like, think about, why do we need a pope? Why do we need a president? Why does this have to happen? Think about it.
Exactly. Why do we don't need a pope? Why the fuck do we need a pope?
Let alone millions of people acting upon the words of him. It's just like, what the hell? It's like, that shit's crazy. It's like we're living all the way on like the West Coast in America, and people are like hanging on every word of this dude who lives in a palace in Rome. Like, what the fuck? It's president's one thing, like, but holy shit.
Yeah, yeah. This is clearly synced up with the Chicago Pope. I mean, and again, he's from Chicago, right? He's from Chicago. And, this is his area. Chicago. This is Chicago. He's the 14th Pope, right? Dead 14.
Like, why would they have 911 models too for Porsche? Like, why would they call it that too?
It's a good question.
Speaking of 911, think about Paul Walker. Remember, he had the movie The Skulls, where he's in Skull and Bones. He gets gifted a red Porsche, and coincidentally, the same Porsche he ends up dying in. And 13 years after that movie came out, he died in 2013. And Skull and Bones equals 41 to 13th prime. And then coincidentally, 5 years later, George Herbert Walker Bush ends up dying 5 years to the day of Paul Walker, and he was number 41. And Skull and Bones equals 41 to 13th prime. And, I mean, come on, man. 201 days after the movie came out, 201 days after his birthday, the movie came out.
Listen to this garbage. Porsche was originally named the Porsche 901, But French automaker Puget objected, claiming rights to 3-digit names with a 0 in the middle. What the fuck did you just say? So Porsche changed it to 911.
Right. Well,
Uh-huh.
about the first 9/11, you think about the first hijacker. He's born on September 1st, 9/1.
Mm.
But I didn't want to go with the name Porsche 201.
I'm surprised they didn't go with 202.
Yeah.
This is just crazy. Such a stupid story that people are just like, oh yeah.
I think about it, French, like the Jesuits that came from France. It's French.
Exactly. Yeah, they're from France. Like, yeah, the Jesuits are from France, and and just think about Porsche, right? Or not Porsche, it's Ferrari. Their logo is there. It looks like, I know it's an F, but if you look at it like a quick glance, it looks like a J, SJ, like the Jesuits abbreviate themselves as SJ.
Yeah.
I mean,
at the bottom of their logo, yeah.
Oh, now you're looking at logos now. It's like, well, obviously it's the logo of the car. They're an Italian brand, obviously. I mean, seriously. But I think the big thing is the 235 and this coming on the 235th day of the Pope becoming the Pope from Chicago. I think that's the big thing here, the big takeaway here.
And just how many times is there like a primetime game and like something, a tragedy happens within the same town? It's just par for the course.
Yep.
And but yeah, man, I think this is where we're gonna wrap it up. I've had King Richard's info scrolling, not scrolling, but down there at the bottom of the screen. We've gone through his website. You see kind of the format of it. It's much like Zach's work as well, but it's something really worth, if you're not able to catch his live presentations on YouTube, which we've had, and all these links will be in the description, guys. But do check out his presentations on his website. I have pulled up right here, the freedramatictruth.blogspot.com. Very easy to go through and see, just like we did several times tonight. But more to come. So before thinking, oh yeah, I should look into this, or not to say you shouldn't look into things either. I'm just saying, like, if you're wondering about a specific subject, odds are that King Richard is working on a presentation or already has one up. So
yeah, I'm working on the shooting one with Chicago. But yeah, I mean, people need to take from the shit that people need to take away from this. Again, this is synced with the Pope. Now, I want to be synced with the Pope because the calendar we're on right now is saying that we are doing this broadcast on December 28, 2025. So the people that he serves are the same ones who gave you the calendar and the language. And some asshole literally came out and said the other day, he's like, no, it was the Germans that gave you English. Wrong.
Supposedly we'd all be
if that
speaking
was
German if it was up to Martin Luther.
Exactly. We'd be speaking German, but we're speaking English, and that's because of the church, and that's because they gave us the English alphabet as we know it right now, and they gave us the calendar we're on. So yeah, I mean, just for anybody saying that, just sounds stupid. By the way, the Pope took the throne on 8/5. Here we are on 85 date numerology. I mean, I believe it's Saint Augustine of Hippo that equals 85. Here we are, and then the follows that his Chicago Bears end up playing on primetime tonight. I mean, I don't see there's what conspiracy.
This is after the documented, the Villanova boys run in the playoffs in NBA and continued rituals, though I'm sure they'll do with them. I know that there was like a Josh Hart expose that just came out recently. It's something I got to look into. But anyway, it's been great having you on, Rich, and we hope to do it, in this next coming year. I know we've talked about a panel to counter CTs. I'd love, it's going to take some work on me and Austin's end to make get some other participants, but I'd love for that to come to fruition in some shape or form. But either way, it's been great having you, almost as like us work together as like a unit or whatever. As it definitely it should be a shining example to anybody wondering about hopping in or trying their hand at it or even, getting involved, is that these things happen so naturally. It's like none of us really know each other. Me and Austin know each other decently well now, but we're able to work together so seamlessly, and we get along so seamlessly. Not to say we agree with everything each one of us says, but we gotta, like Austin says all the time, we gotta break out of this thing, man, because it's like we only got now, and it's not going to be any easier next year. So why put off tomorrow what you can do today?
Right, exactly. So yeah, I mean, anything too. Before we get off here, I mean, just like more people need to. One thing I hate is people got to come together. I see a lot of people in the truth community. Every time somebody brings up gematria, they always laugh at it or, oh, this is stupid. It's like, why don't you come together? Like, who gives a shit what you believe? Why don't we come together? See, the problem is people don't work together. I was just talking about this the other day. People don't want to work together. They just want to compete with each other. They don't want to come together.
Exactly.
They just want to compete with each other. Oh, gematria is bullshit. My truth's better. It's like, why can't we just come together and just be like, hey, you know what? We all hear about the same thing. But then again, a lot of these people in the truth community, a lot of them are not about truth. They're just about making money too. So that's another thing too you got to worry about or look at too from another angle. Are these people even really here for truth? Guys like a Call for an Uprising, who's a fake Christian, Brian from High Impact Flicks, who talks a big game, but that guy, I mean, I don't think that guy's here for he doesn't want the system to end. He just wants to make money off his dumb followers.
Yeah, it's like if you won't even show your face and come out, I mean, it's like I always say too. I mean, the reason the people at the top rule over us because they work together, they come together, they are a tight knit team, and that's how they pull this off. And there's way more of us than there are of them. But what are we all doing? We're all competing with each other, divided against each other. As long as it stays this way, nothing ever is going to change, and we're never going to make a comeback at this if it stays this way and keeps going this way. And this is what I always keep saying and preaching, and people gotta, like I always say, there's so much. It's like these toxic, like I always talked about before, these toxic positivity channels, these toxic, oh, you gotta level up and do this and do that, and it's every man for himself. And that's not going to get us anywhere. At the end of the day, that's not going to get us anywhere. Every man for himself. We're all just fighting this thing alone. That's not the way to do it. And I'm not saying we all gotta cuddle up in bed together and be butt buddies, but at some point it's like we got to look at what we got and be like, okay, there's way more of us than there are of them. Why are we so divided? Why can't we get along? Why is how are we so different? We all have to live in this world. We have to all put up with this. It's like, but it doesn't have to be this way. It shouldn't be this way. And that's like I said, that's what has to, people have to get out of this attitude and mentality of, oh, well, it's just life. This is what life is. I mean, you're already saying, you're not, listen to that. It's a defeatist attitude. But these are the same people that'll have, it's a defeatist mindset, but they'll be the ones, pushing toxic, positivity and, toxic, you got to level up and you got to do better and, all this crap. But they're all coming at it from like a solo angle and an angle that it's like, okay, it's like, well, it's just like, yeah, I'm just going to keep my head down and just keep trying to make more money. At the end of the day, that's not going to do you any good either. I mean, I get it. We all need to make more money. Yeah, and I brought that up tonight, doing better. And I get all that. I understand it. But at the end of the day, what's that going to do? That's not going to do you any good either. The money isn't worth anything anyways. And to think you're going to jump on some other money system and you're going to get away from this and get out of it, I mean, that's just being foolish. I mean, you're not. So, yeah, it's just humanity's got a lot of work to do in the upcoming year and years ahead. And I don't know. It's just people got to start changing. It's got to change now.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, it does have to change. A lot of people are stuck in their ways. That needs to change, man. It needs to change.
And whether you have a split in the community, let's say, especially in maybe religious circles about end times or not, and whether or not we're living out one of the last generations, and whether or not you believe that or not, sitting and waiting is not gonna get anything done. And like me and Austin say, we're going down swinging. So,
right.
Same here.
Exactly. So, that this is honestly a challenge to our, if you're paying attention to this, if you guys hear, especially if you guys made it 3 hours into the video or longer, you're in it. So like stop shirking the responsibility. Stop putting off the phone call. You can hear the phone ringing. Pick that shit up. Let's go, and let's make something happen, because the last thing we need is people that are willing to now to feel defeated and give up because they can't get participation from the community. Because at the end of the day, what we are pushing for is participation for the community. Now ask yourselves, would you keep beating a dead horse if it's not moving? So it's like, we can't sit here and beat a dead horse if we're not going to get any participation.
Exactly.
Unfortunately, right now we are in this for not personal reasons, but like, personal reasons, as well as far as personal reasons, as in like a mission. Like me and Austin have a mission to do something. It's not personal as in making money or like
right
an agenda within ourselves, but on top of that, we feel like we have a responsibility to make an impact in this world and in the ways that we can. And if you don't see some sort of dividends, it might be like idyllic to just keep pushing, and it might be easy of a mentality and thought process to say, but once you're in that position, it become, like I said, I don't want to do this until there's some sort of reason to despise it. So I would much prefer seeing an upward swing, an upward momentum, to kind of carry us through. And like I said, it's the responsibility of all of us. I'm not saying we're doing anything greater than anyone else, but we need more participation to show and to reach the potential that we right now have, because the more things get closed off and the more things get taken away, and what are we going to be left with? It's
exactly.
Nobody even remembers phone numbers as it is. So it's like, we need to form a community while we still have time, and a real community, not just, a quote unquote community. So with that being said, another huge thank you to Rich for not only stepping up and doing what you have done for years, even before our channel, but for joining us on our channel, because it's been a huge boon, not just with the numbers that we've mentioned, but like for our spirits. I know that, we always look forward to having you on.
Yeah, appreciate it. Same here. Likewise. I mean, appreciate it.
Yeah,
Right, guys,
I remember back. Our channel was dead before episode pretty much 47. King was on 15, but 47 is what really jump started and revived the channel a bit. So him
gotta
coming
mention
on.
Zach with that too, though. Zach was
Yep,
huge.
and Zach as well. Yep, Zach as well. Zach's been Zach's gave us a lot of subs. He's helped us out quite a bit, and King as well. Obviously, like I said, being our only guest coming on, helping us out and getting the views and getting the subs and just getting attention to the channel. That's what it's all about. And another thing I'll say too is I know some people, like Logan put it too. Like we all have our differences. Some people don't like King. Some people don't like me. Some people don't like Logan. We got to put that all down. We got to put that all aside right now. It's time to go. It's time to fight. I mean, it can't be, I don't like Austin and Logan because they got long hair. I don't like King because he lives in California. We got to get over these. We got to get over this crap. It's time to go. I mean, all this, petty bullshit's not going to do you any good in the times we're in. So that's another thing I'll say as well. Just it's time to put down the differences and start looking where we are alike and where we have something. Because I know we all have areas that we're alike. We all have areas that we're different, but we have to play on our strengths and coming together and being a team and not nitpicking this person for dumb reasons. And I'll be cutting my hair on Thursday, so it'll be a little shorter for you if that bothers you. Probably someone up to that watch was like, "Oh, these guys have long hair. That's bad." Stupid stuff like that. That's really where we're at. That's how dumb this world is right now, and that is the frustration.
Well, and that doesn't say anything, but it's like there's people even in Zach's community who are just the same way. Oh, I don't like King Rich because he's an asshole. It's like, I'm not really an asshole. I just say things that need to be said. But
right.
People, like this guy Elohim. I don't mean to put him on blast, but I mean this guy's another cocksucker who hangs around and not really good for the community at all. Just a total piece of shit, disingenuous. Says things like Kobe Bryant's Myles Garrett, bruh, and can't even prove his point. I mean that's not somebody you really want around. That's not somebody I would want around. Making the work look like dog shit. I wouldn't want that guy around. But yeah, it's not that I don't want to get along with people. I do get along with some people. Some people just have stupid little nitpicking things. Like, I don't like Rich because he gets mad too easy. It's like, well, I mean, if you see the world around you, wouldn't you get mad too? I mean, people are stupid. They can't even comprehend that they sync up sports games with news.
Well, I think there is a certain measure of a man to be able to take criticism and not fold to it.
Right.
So, well, we'll see. That goes for everybody in the community. I've seen some good examples of that, and I've seen some bad examples without naming names. So let's hope that we can all, like Austin was saying, just kind of rise above. And this isn't trying to be like, I'm not the kind of person that's just like, we all need to hold hands and get together. No, some people got to go. There's trolls for sure. And I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, let's try with them now. But
right.
As far as people who have a sense of genuine intrigue and interest in this, or at least knowledge of what it means for humanity as a whole and society as a whole, it's best to put our differences aside, and if we can make that happen, that'll show that we can do something that they don't think that we can do, because we haven't been able to do it up until now. So
right.
Anyway, guys, I think we're shining examples of that. Not to say we've ever had any major differences, but at the same time, we're three different people from three different places that have the ability to come together and make something greater. So if more people can see their role in that and come forward, that's what we need right now. But with that being said, thank you guys for joining us, and we will catch you next week, the first of the new calendar year. And with that being said, deuces.
All right, take care, guys.
Yep. See you, King. Have a good one.
You too.